Mobile is also things or IT platform that will provide data and computing power in the city.
China Mobile now has over 700 million links of IoT devices. We have built a platform called One Link to manage these resources.
Guess what they can do with Wi-Fi 2?
The 5G network is inherent data navigation satellite system, more accurate positioning service. It opens new possibilities solutions driving.
I'm not sure what the fuck's going on.
Here at the station has been
project. The fuck are you fucking like? You just dump. Just let me know you're working with Fed.
This job used to require.
Well, things come my way for a reason.
Drone bases will be
deployed. Sometimes I figure there might be bugs in it. They know I don't do
this is the one.
Sometimes the cops in Canada think they can reuse shit. What are you fucking doing? Like,
into reality.
This isn't supposed to cut in and out. It's supposed to pause and continue.
And area.
Its basic functioning is totally
16 past the hour. British Finance Minister Rishi Sunak says Brexit offers Britain a chance to do things differently in financial services.
European Union, we can do things a bit differently, and we're embarking on that journey. For example, examining how we make the City of London the most attractive place companies anywhere in the world.
Britain and the EU clinched a trade deal on Thursday. Prime Minister Boris Johnson says the accord does not go as far as he would have liked for services and regulatory equivalence. From January the 1st, British-based groups lose automatic access as equivalent.
There's no connection between anything I'm doing and that audio.
To banks, insurers, and other financial firms based in Britain, unless their home rules are deemed by Brussels to be equivalent or as robust as regulations in the bloc. The two sides will aim to agree on a memorandum of understanding on regulatory cooperation in financial services by March. And for more on the possible
just dumb shit. Just so stupid. You people need to get a fucking line.
Business executive based in Switzerland. What?
Fancy time machine.
Anywhere in the world.
Britain and the EU clinched a trade deal on Thursday. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson says the accord does not go as far as he would have liked regarding financial services and regulatory equivalence. From January the 1st, British-based financial services groups lose automatic access to the EU single market. Both sides have said new market access must be negotiated outside the trade agreement in specific equivalence deals. Under a system known as equivalence, access to EU markets will not be granted to banks, insurers, and other financial firms based in Britain unless their home rules are deemed by Brussels to be equivalent or as robust as regulations in the bloc. The two sides will aim to agree on a memorandum of understanding on regulatory cooperation in financial services by March. And for more on the possible impacts of Brexit on Chinese business in Europe, Guang Hao spoke with Philippe Monnier, an international business executive based in Switzerland.
What possible changes will it bring to China's trade with the UK and the EU?
Over the years, the European Union has concluded or is still negotiating many big and small agreements with an array of regions and countries, including with China. Now that the UK has left the European Union, many agreements will have to be negotiated again between the UK and these other regions or countries, such as China. This definitely generates some short-term uncertainties and will probably affect negatively, to some extent, the trade and the business between the UK and China. However, the short-term difficulties could become a mid-term advantage because for the UK, it is easier to negotiate as a single country than as part of a large group of countries, such as the European Union. Indeed, for this reason, there is no comprehensive free trade agreement between the European Union and China yet. While this agreement already exists between China and individual countries, European countries such as Switzerland. For the UK, all this is an opportunity to move fast onto
slave ships.
a comprehensive free trade agreement on economic partnership with China.
Then, in your opinion, how will it affect the way Chinese businesses operate in the UK and the EU?
Not to mention this thing with the gold.
Post-Brexit deal is a document of more than 1,000 pages. That is very likely to be ratified by the European Union members and by the United Kingdom. Thanks to this mega deal, a catastrophe and a complete uncertainty has been avoided. But despite the size of the deal, a relative uncertainty remains, and this is very important for all the Chinese companies that use the UK as a base for their European operations. For instance, thanks to the post-Brexit deal, there will be no tariff or no quota in the trade between the UK and the EU. However, this is not the same as a free trade agreement because non-tariff barriers are still possible. Concretely, Chinese companies based in the UK are well advised to go over the fine print of the post-Brexit deal to make sure that they will not be negatively affected. Another point is that it is very probable that this post-Brexit deal will be adapted over the years because neither the UK nor the EU are static. On this regular adaptation will generate additional uncertainties. As a conclusion, to reduce the level of uncertainty, it may be wise for Chinese businesses to reevaluate the soundness of their presence in the UK. I know that an array of international companies have already moved some functions from the UK to countries in the European Union or to Switzerland, a small pro-business country that has long-term economic relations with the European Union.
That was business executive Philippe Monnier in Switzerland, explaining the impacts of Brexit on Chinese businesses. You're listening to the Beijing Hour. Coming up, co-working spaces are gaining in popularity in China.
Talk about the K-12. I want to hear some practical information.
And meet China's most
if these shall be units are made in fucking China and shipped here every day of September, probably are not.
Beijing Hour brings you an hour of comprehensive news and information from both China and the rest of the world.
I wouldn't be surprised if
a mix of news, sports, and entertainment. In-depth analysis of the day's big stories, as well as the most comprehensive business of the day. The Beijing Hour is very own window to China and the rest of the world.
22 past the hour. Co-working spaces have emerged as an innovative office solution for many companies. Zhang Shuxuan has more.
Fashionably designed shiny jewelry on display. This 100 square meter room looks just like an exhibition or a gallery, but actually it's an office of a local jewelry maker located in a newly opened shared workspace. Logistics and real estate giant GLP formed a new company, GWS, specifically providing office-based solutions. One of its main businesses is shared workspace. It took 3 floors of an office building in Shanghai's Pudong area. It is already full of clients. Jewelry maker Lina Rao decided to move in after looking around.
About that congress, I have visited 10 offices, some unfurnished, some fully decorated. But they just don't have as good an atmosphere as here, and the cost efficiency is very high. We don't have to pay for the decoration and the maintenance on our own. More importantly, we can also meet with people from other companies and industries here to share our resources.
The new business strategy is working. GWS's shared spaces now have a 90% occupancy. The pace of growth is 30% faster than they had expected. With the business become more mature, GWS is even looking into providing office solution services for spaces it does not rent, a novel innovation from a new player. But what about the more established shared space firms? U.S. co-working space provider WeWork has seen a significant year-on-year increase in China so far this year.
In the past, we were developing too fast, and we made some unreasonable choices. So we are now optimizing our assets and getting ready to open new spaces in suitable locations. We have very different clients in China. compliance requirements vary between different cities and their sizes. So next year, we'll optimize our services, packing them into packages to make them more flexible.
WeWork has opened several new spaces in China this year, adding another 10,000 workstations. It is no longer just providing services for startups or small and medium-sized companies. WeWork China now hosts offices for businesses which run the gamut from budding entrepreneurs, freelancers, and small businesses to mid-market and even Fortune 500 companies. All 9 China offices of the Fortune 500 corporation, Woolworths, have settled in WeWork.
对我们来讲的话呢，有一个现成的 ready-made space, and the shared space offers more flexibility to our employees. There are various meeting room styles to choose from.
Major real estate firms Wanke, Henderson Land, and Jingmao have all opened shared workspace businesses this year. Consultancy Frost & Sullivan predicts China's co-working sector is set for rapid growth, with market scale reaching more than 400 billion yuan in 2022.
That was Zhang Shishran reporting. People who throw objects from heights will face both civil and criminal penalties in Chinese cities.
You already have that?
A man in Yuxi, Yunnan province, was recently sentenced to 14 months in prison for endangering public safety after throwing objects weighing dozens of kilograms from his balcony on the 23rd floor. It follows another case where another man in Wuxi, Jiangsu province, received a 3-year sentence after being accused of the same charge on 3 separate occasions, all from the top of an 18-story residential building. The issue of throwing objects from tall buildings has been in the public eye for years, following many such incidents that have caused damages to infrastructure, injuries on pedestrians, or even deaths. A new draft amendment to the criminal law made it clear that those throwing objects from heights may be sentenced to short-term detention, controlled release, or a fine. Legal expert Yue Shanshan says this means that the issue is serious enough for stricter warnings.
Previously, throwing objects from heights is at most convicted of the crime of endangering public security by dangerous means. But in fact, only when the act has truly endangered public safety can such crime be convicted, meaning the threshold is still high.
China's Supreme People's Court earlier issued a judicial opinion stating that those intentionally throwing objects from heights should face not only charges of endangering public security, but also intentional injury or homicide. Offenders may also be charged with criminal negligence if the objects fall accidentally but still cause serious damages. They may face even more severe consequences with no reprieves if they commit the crime many times or regardless of dissuasion or after receiving penalties. Yue says the amendment can serve as a deterrent to such acts.
You may think that throwing something out of the balcony may not endanger public safety, but actually you may face legal consequences. This will remind us that throwing objects from heights will not only lead to civil liability, but also criminal ones.
China's first civil code, which will take effect on January the 1st, also bans the act of throwing objects from heights, stating those responsible for building management should take measures to prevent such acts. Those living in the same building from which objects are cast may also shoulder liabilities together if the specific offender can't be confirmed, unless they can prove that they are not the troublemaker. For the Beijing Hour, I'm China.
28 past the hour. Beijing today getting cloudy skies and -1 Celsius. It'll be down to -8 this evening. It's time for a short break. So far this hour, South Africa has reached the 1 million mark for COVID-19 cases. A new high-speed rail line linking Beijing and Xiaomian area in northern Hebei province is now operating. And co-working spaces are gaining in popularity in China. Shane Begum with you. Stay with us here on the Beijing Hour.
Nothing changed. Whoever put it in there, whoever made it fall, is responsible for the death of that child, and nothing's happening.
Join the most popular Chinese language learning page on Facebook by searching for CRI Learn Chinese. It's a quick yet fun way to achieve your language goals. Start your free lessons now with unlimited videos, photos, and text tutorials on expressions in Chinese culture. CRI Learn Chinese Facebook page. The world opens with 您好.
Examining the events that impact and shape China and the rest of the world. This is the Beijing Hour, 1 hour of news and information brought to you every weekday.
Now here's your host, Shane Bigham, with you on this Monday morning. Still to come in business, Chinese financial regulators list several problems with Ant Group. In sports, highlights from the Globe Soccer Awards. In culture and entertainment, the 600th anniversary of the Temple of Heaven in Beijing. There are a number of ways to contact us. You can talk to us on Twitter at China Plus News or log on to Facebook, China Plus News, for more news, videos, and analysis. Now today's headlines. South Africa has breached the 1 million mark for COVID-19 cases. Gao Junia reports.
The grim milestone comes days after a more transmissible variant was confirmed to be present in the country and is driving the second wave of the pandemic. The country took 2 weeks to reach 900,000 cases from the 800,000 seen early in December. Doctors and nurses are warning the South Africa's healthcare system is under severe strain. Officials are calling on people to adhere to non-pharmaceutical interventions to prevent further spread. The government says it's considering further restrictions. South Africa is currently the worst hit country in Africa, taking up 1/3 of the total confirmed cases. For the Beijing Hour, this is Gao Junia.
European Union nations have kicked off a coordinated effort to give COVID-19 vaccinations to the most vulnerable in the bloc's nearly 450 million people. Healthcare workers, the elderly, and leading politicians got some of the first shots across the 27-nation bloc. The vaccines, developed by Germany's BioNTech and American drug maker Pfizer, started arriving in super cold containers at EU hospitals on Friday from a factory in Belgium. All those getting shots will have to come back in 3 weeks for a second dose. Confirmed COVID-19 cases in Japan have increased to more than 221,000. Close to 57,000 infections have been reported in Tokyo, the highest in the country. Japan starting to halt new entry of foreign nationals in response to the COVID-19 variant reported overseas. The business people and students from countries such as China, Thailand, and South Korea will not be affected by the policy, scheduled to be effective for elsewhere through late January. China says it's confident that it'll bring the new surge of COVID-19 cases in the country under control within a short period of time. Feng Zhejian is the deputy director of the Chinese Center for Disease Control and Prevention. He says China is capable of efficiently adopting prevention and control measures to tackle COVID-19 cases.
Animals get brought to slaughter.
Recently, we found some COVID-19 cases emerging in several cities, which was mainly caused by virus cases imported from overseas in different ways. This indicates that the situation abroad has become more severe and the virus has extensively spread around the world.
Authorities in Beijing said they're working around the clock conducting nucleic acid testing in the affected region. More than 800,000 people have been tested in the virus-hit Shuni district. So far, nearly 400,000 tests have returned negative for COVID-19, with more results coming in. Meantime, the city of Dalian in the northeast has identified 10 communities as medium risk for COVID-19. China suspended regular passenger flights to and from the United Kingdom in light of the emergence of the new coronavirus variant. The suspension will last through January the 10th. The civil aviation regulator is calling on airlines to provide good services regarding ticket refunds or flight changes for affected passengers. Iran's pursuing 48 Americans in the assassination of Qasem Soleimani after 3 new names were added to a wanted list. The Iranian general was killed in a U.S. airstrike nearly a year ago in Baghdad. Tehran says a harsh revenge is still on the agenda. So far, it's requested help from Interpol in 6 countries to arrest the suspects.
Interpol.
Beijing-Xiong'an intercity railway linking the Chinese capital and Xiong'an new area in northern Hebei province is now operating. The 91-kilometer line has high-speed trains running at 350 kilometers per hour between Beijing and the new area, reducing travel time to just under an hour. Beijing West Railway Station Chief Song Tingting says the normal schedule will start with 11 pairs of trains, which will be increased to 17 in mid-January.
今天呢，我们到雄安站之间呢是开行6对高速动车。
Today there will be 6 pairs of high-speed trains operating between Beijing and Xiong'an. The C2701 behind me now is the first train. We will begin our normal operation schedule tomorrow, and there will be 11 pairs of trains operating between Beijing and Xiong'an. 5 more pairs between Daxing Airport and Xiong'an.
The railway line allows trains to cover the distance between Beijing West Railway Station and Chong'an New Area in 50 minutes. It takes only 19 minutes for the train to travel between Daxing International Airport and Chong'an New Area. The project was launched in 2018, and the line linking Beijing's urban area to Daxing Airport was put into use in September last year.
Standardized measurements.
The top 10 media buzzwords of 2020 in China have been released. The phrases highlight matters that grab the spotlight among the country's media outlets. English translations of these 10 phrases include COVID-19, digital RMB, health QR code, and contactless delivery. The list was chosen from 1.9 billion characters appearing in the country's major newspapers, radio and TV stations, and web portals from January to November. This is Shane Bigham live from the Chinese capital. Coming up in business, financial regulators have named some major problems with Ant Group's business model.
What are the literal words? I need to know.
You're listening to the Beijing Hour.
They might not be
60 minutes of comprehensive news. Your window on China and the world.
37 minutes past the hour. Turning to business now, China's financial regulators say they've identified major problems in Ant Group's business operations and have urged the company to make plans and set a timetable as soon as possible to fix the problems in accordance with supervision requirements. Deputy head Pan Gongsheng of the People's Bank of China says the group's major operating problems include flaws in its corporate governance, poor legal awareness, and leveraging market dominance to exclude competitors. Following regulatory talks, China's central bank and 3 financial watchdogs issued requirements for the group to fix its problems. The Ant Group has been asked to return to its original business as a payment services provider and enhance transparency of transactions. Ant Group is the parent company of China's leading mobile payment business, Alipay. It planned to list on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange on November the 5th and Shanghai Stock Exchange's SciTech Innovation Board on the same day. The dual listing was expected to become the world's biggest IPO, but it was called off just 2 days before the launch. Data from the National Bureau of Statistics show that profits for China's major industrial firms totaled 730 billion yuan, roughly $111 billion in November. That's an increase of 16% year on year. In the first 11 months of the year, profits of major industrial firms expanded by 2.4% year on year to more than 5.7 trillion yuan. Major industrial companies refers to businesses with an annual turnover of at least 20 million yuan. With more on this, we spoke to principal consultant Mike Baston of Business Development International. What do you make of the performance of major manufacturers through the first 11 months of this year?
Well, I think you're referring to Chinese manufacturers, and I think it really has been very, very impressive. Obviously, there's been tremendous surge when it comes to the export market, a real comeback there. Obviously, fueled by demand. A lot of the world's economy, large countries, large companies in those countries have been looking to trade with Chinese companies as their major trusted trading partner. So I think it's gone very, very well.
Well, indicators also showed that the activity in the manufacturing sector in China remained in the expansion zone for the 9th straight month as the country continued to recover from the economic fallout of COVID-19. So what's your take on the momentum that's been sustained until the end of the year?
Well, I think those indicators and the momentum generally are significantly substantial enough for that to continue over the next few months, possibly longer. Obviously, there's a domestic economic recovery going on in China, which seems fairly robust. They got to grips with the virus far more quickly than any other country. And export demand was high, is higher, and I think will be more and more robust. Good news recently when it came come to a Brexit deal. And we see better news, perhaps politically, from the US. So I think momentum to continue.
You should be saying,
well,
"Fuck you."
Still dealing with
like,
COVID, among other economic headwinds. So, what can we expect as the Chinese economy continues to recover in the incoming year?
I think it's more difficult to say over the coming year, there will be challenges. Certainly momentum is there, and the path looks positive. Obviously, a lot depends on the rollout of the vaccines. That looks to be on track, 3 of them now. If that's successful across Europe and large parts of the world, then I see the Chinese economy will really take a lot of benefit from the progress they've made over the last few months. And I think they're really seen now as far more internationally present than ever before. So I think very, very encouraging.
And that was Principal Consultant Mike Baston of Business Development International, sharing his insights into the recovery of the industrial sector in China. 43 past the hour. Orders are rising at many Chinese auto component manufacturers as the country recovers from the fallout of the COVID-19 pandemic. Official data shows that the value of auto parts exported by China grew by 7.8% in November compared to the previous month. At nearly $6 billion, the growth was more than 40% compared to November of last year. Shanghai now has over 7,000 metro trains, the largest fleet in the world. A batch of new trains were added to the city's fleet this week to service commuters on 3 of its transit lines. They run on a driverless smart system with one train controller on board to deal with emergencies. Shi Junhui is with the Shanghai Rail Transit Maintenance Support Corporation.
In fully auto drive mode, the train can return to depot and go to sleep by itself, and then automatically drive back to the main line's way the next morning.
Shanghai Metro is one of the busiest in the world. In 2019, it handled nearly 3.9 billion rides. It carried over 10 million commuters on an average working day. This year's edition of the China Public-Private Partnerships Forum has started in Beijing. Representatives from various governments, financial institutions, and universities are taking part. The forum aims to promote collaboration on development projects between governments and private companies. The authorities in China have been exploring ways of financing infrastructure and public works using PPP models since late 2013. With more on this, Zheng Tao spoke to Professor Liu Shijian of the Center for Public-Private Partnership at Tsinghua University.
What is the significance of Chinese enterprises adopting PPP to participate in overseas cooperation?
The Chinese enterprises will play very different roles in the project, which means deeper and long-term investment in projects. Not only the equipment supply, design, or construction, but also the project financing, investment, operation, etc. On one hand, the Chinese enterprises do have advantages in this respect. On the other hand, by means of PPP, as the investors, shareholders, and the stakeholders, they would build partnerships with the foreign government.
The distortion as we think in the housing is
the Chinese enterprises are expected to have better control on the project needs, contribute more to the local society, and eventually make more profit.
See, you're saying things that make me very nervous, but I'm not quite sure what you're saying.
What challenges are being faced by Chinese enterprises while taking part in PPP projects abroad, particularly against the backdrop of COVID-19 pandemic?
As to the COVID-19 pandemic, fundamentally, it creates problems for all PPP projects abroad. First of all, it is
everything down. They nailed it down.
Taken care of.
They built a hospital in 10
much
days.
more money and resources to be spent for the project. Secondly, some new problems may be created because of academic prevention, such as some kind of necessary review, evaluation, and approval. It may have nothing to do with money.
It's all
about time, patience, and efficiency.
That was Professor Liu Shijian of Tsinghua University talking about the prospects for public-private partnerships for Chinese companies operating overseas. You're listening to the Beijing Hour. Coming up in sports, you have highlights from the Globe Soccer Awards.
Beijing Hour. Hello, I'm Peter Dinklage from X-Men Days of Future Past. You are listening to the Beijing Hour.
Hi, I'm Kathy Freeman. You're listening to the Beijing Hour.
Hi everyone, I'm Lang Lang. Welcome to the Beijing Hour.
The Beijing Hour, your window to China and the world.
It's 47 minutes past now. Turning to sports, Cristiano Ronaldo has been named Player of the Century at the Globe Soccer Awards. The 35-year-old Juventus forward says being recognized as the greatest football player in 2001-2020 is a great achievement.
As I said before, this has given me motivation to carry on with my life, with my football, with my motivation. It's great, you know, to be part of this event with these amazing players, and to be nominated for the best one. It's great honor for me.
Ronaldo scored 44 goals for club and country this year. Real Madrid was recognized as the club of the century. Other awards include Player of the Year for Bayern Munich striker Robert Lewandowski.
I also can say that the dreams come true because I'm dreaming about playing on the big stadiums with fans and to win the big titles. And now I'm here, so I'm glad. I want to say also thank you for everyone who voted to me that I can win this trophy. So to be with the legends like Cristiano Ronaldo, Messi, and to do between them is something special, something wonderful, and I'm glad. I said that one more time. I'm glad to be here to win this trophy. And
so the one thing that never happened before is that chain never broke.
Bayern's Hans Flick was named Coach of the Year, while the club itself was named Club of the Year. In the English Premier League, the Wolves tied the Spurs 1-1 with Romain Saez scoring an equalizer. Wolves head coach Nuno Espirito Santo said that he's pleased with his players' performance.
I'm proud, really proud. That's a good word. That's a good word. I'm proud because it's very hard when we start the game very badly, conceding a goal. But after that and during the game, I think we played a good game.
Well, the result follows another 1-1 draw between Liverpool and West Brom. And that means Liverpool missed a chance to go up to 5 points clear at the top of the table. Liverpool manager Jurgen Klopp says that it's their fault, but West Brom deserved a point in the second half.
First half was a really strange game. I don't know the stats yet, but it looks like it was 90-10 possession or something like this. They were not even, I can't remember, counter-attack or whatever, but just playing around. It's a massive challenge. I know that, to stay on track and do it and do it and do it again. But we should have done it, because on the other side, it's exactly the same challenge to defend like West Brom defends for 95 minutes, because it didn't change a little bit for their whenever one is on.
Liverpool is holding a 3-point lead right now over second-placed Everton. The Chinese Super League, Li Xiaopeng has been named as the head coach of Wuhan Zal. The 45-year-old former head coach of Shandong Luneng will also act as the deputy executive manager of Wuhan. The two-time CSL Coach of the Year winner helped Luneng win 1 CSL Cup title and 3 Chinese Football Association Cup titles as a player before he retired in 2005. He also served as the acting head coach of the Chinese women's national team from 2010 to 2011. He became the head coach of Luneng in 2017 before being replaced by Hao Wei in October of this year. In the CBA, the Beijing Ducks edged Jiangsu 195, ending a 3-game losing streak. Jonathan Gibson scored 32 points for Beijing, which also got 18 from Jai Xiaochuan and 15 from Feng Shuo. Beijing will next face Guangzhou tomorrow, which lost to Zhejiang 108-104 last night. 5 players scored in double digits for Zhejiang, including Wu Qian, Isaac Haas, and Dallas Moore. Andy Murray has been awarded a wild card for the delayed Australian Open in February of next year. Tournament director Craig Tiley says they welcome the 33-year-old back to Melbourne with open arms. The 5-time Australian Open finalist withdrew from this year's tournament because of a pelvic injury. Murray has slipped to 122nd in the world rankings. Shenzhen's advanced to the women's team final of this year's China Table Tennis Super League following a 5-set victory over Heilongjiang. It'll either face Shandong Luneng or Beijing in the final tomorrow. Shandong Weiqiao shook off Shantou in the men's team semifinals with a 3-0 victory. It's now awaiting the winner between Shandong Luneng and Shanghai. Over 2,000 participants have taken part in a marathon that was held to celebrate the completion of a cross-sea highway in Fujian. More than 800 of them were involved in construction on the project.
As a builder of the highway and a participant to the marathon, I felt at ease and happy running on the highway.
Runner Dong Weiguo says that the scenery along the way is beautiful.
风吹来，呼吸非常舒服。
When the wind blows, it feels nice to breathe. The scenery and the mountains in the distance is extremely beautiful. We really enjoyed ourselves running on the road.
The Shaocheng-Wan Crossy Highway opened to traffic on Saturday. The Atlanta Braves have announced that Baseball Hall of Famer Phil Niekro has died at the age of 81 after a long fight with cancer. The knuckleball master won over 310 games over his 24-year career, which ended in 1987 after he made one final start with the Braves. He was inducted into the National Baseball Hall of Fame in 1997. You're listening to the Beijing Hour, coming up in culture and entertainment, marking the 600th anniversary of the Temple of Heaven.
Want to know what's trending in China? China Plus News Facebook page helps you to discover the real China, from the latest news to quirky Chinese inventions, videos, photos, live streaming, and more. Join in the conversation today by searching for China Plus News on Facebook and discover its news, its people, its traditions and culture. China Plus News Facebook page. Open your eyes to the real China.
It's 53 past the hour. Turning to culture and entertainment, the Temple of Heaven, an iconic imperial altar in Beijing, is marking its 600th anniversary. Li Song takes us to an exhibition on its place in Chinese history and culture.
What?
The exhibition is located in the west wing of the Hall of Prayer for Good Harvest, or the main building called Qiniandian. Visitors can learn more about the renovations, changes, protection, and inheritance of the UNESCO World Heritage Site. Among the items on display are pictures of the Temple of Heaven from ancient books, as well as historical photos of major events in modern history. Many pictures are on show for the first time.
One of the highlights of the exhibition is a picture exhibition with no other cultural relics on display to divert the visitors' attention. There are 268 photos, including those from ancient books as well as digital archives.
Another highlight of the exhibition shows how the Temple of Heaven changed after the founding of the People's Republic of China in 1949. It was turned from a royal park into a public park, which everyone can now visit. Much effort has been spent on the protection of historical architecture at the site, as well as providing good tour services to visitors from home and abroad. Built in 1420, the Temple of Heaven was where Ming and Qing dynasty emperors prayed for good harvest. Covering an area of 270 hectares, the Temple of Heaven is one of the largest existing architectural complexes in the world.
That was Li Song reporting. The Old Summer Palace in Beijing, known locally as Yuanmingyuan, has launched Phase 3 of a restoration project. The move is aimed at repairing recently unearthed cultural relics. Chen Wei is an archaeologist with the management office at the Old Summer Palace.
The cultural artifacts found in the palace, clearly made by the same craftsmen to the same standards, were as beautiful and awe-inspiring as those discovered in the Forbidden City. They were destroyed along with the palace by Allied British and French forces.
24 artifacts have been restored. They include colored glazed pieces unearthed from the palace's Xiang Lo section, and a blue bowl engraved with a dragon and phoenix image dating back to the reign of the Emperor Kangxi. A famous Japanese bookstore chain has opened its first branch in Shanghai. Tsuteyu Books is known for its atmospheric interior design and its choice offering of books. Soon Tsuchi takes a look.
In a historic compound that dates back to the 1920s in the former Columbia Country Club, the store sells books in literature, sociology, art, and architecture, along with gifts. The decor also includes calligraphy pieces and sculptures. The concept is meant as a destination for one to enjoy rather than just a place of commerce.
I just came in and it's very promising. It seems like a very nice place to have coffee also.
It's not just a bookstore. It's a space to feel Shanghai, its culture, and communicate with others. The chain's first location on the Chinese mainland opened in Hangzhou in October. At the Columbia Circle store, Tsuteyu Books retained some of the original interior design.
The branch in Shanghai has historic heaviness that the locations in Hangzhou or Tokyo never have. It's a great challenge because the chain has never opened a store in the old building.
We feel that Shanghai is a highly modern metropolis that lacks virtually nothing. Because of that, You need a space to sense and be inspired.
A branch in Tokyo was named one of the world's 20 most beautiful bookstores by Japanese writer Reina Shimizu. Linger in the space and immerse yourself in the thoughts of Japanese writers Yasunari Kawabata and Keigo Higashino, or avant-garde Austrian writer Peter Handke. A section called Gains and Losses in 2020 puts together books on the COVID-19 pandemic and biographies of people who died, like Kobe Bryant. Visitors are required to make an appointment through the store's WeChat account before they enter. Its first 4 days had already been fully reserved.
That was Soon Sushi reporting. 58 past the hour, Beijing today getting cloudy skies and a high of -1. It's down to -8 this evening. That's it for this edition of the Beijing Hour. Making news this morning, South Africa's reached the 1 million mark of COVID-19 cases. The high-speed rail line linking Beijing and Shenyang area is now operating. On behalf of the staff, this is Shane Bigham in the Chinese capital.
Motherfucker, Shane Bigham.
For the next edition of the Beijing Hour. And open a window to the world together.
So I got this wonderful confluence of events here with these hairs.
I want to learn Chinese.
Perfectly into my ear
其实
canal.
并不难. It can be fun.
Chinese studio.
I'm just waiting for the day where one of my own hairs punctures my
Yeah,
own
Jim,
eardrum.
the best thing about China definitely
I
has to be the
understand
food.
this
There are
painful,
so
definitely.
many different cuisines, and I feel like I've been eating non-stop since I got here.
Yes, China is famous for its scrumptious food, and we're going to start a 2-week-long look at different foods and how to speak in a restaurant on Chinese Studio.
Oh, I'm getting hungry at the thought. We can't start this soon enough.
Keyword of the day. 欢迎光临.
It's a
Welcome.
girl's word. I don't use it.
请坐.
I'll explain it to
Please be seated.
Words
吃
you don't use?
主意.
Yeah,
您吃
I
点
can't
什
tell you
么?
what they are.
What would you like to eat? 喝 to drink. 您喝点什么? What would you like to drink? All in today's Chinese studio.
So yeah, Jim, when I walk into a restaurant, they often say something to me to welcome me. It's something like bonying bonying or something. What is that?
Usually it's 欢迎光临, welcome.
欢迎光临.
Yes, 欢迎, the first tone and the
Now, why
second
did he
tone.
mimic the sound? That's gonna
欢迎,
fuck me up
right?
now.
Yes, and 光临 shows the respect for the customers. 光临,
光临, also the first tone and the second tone.
欢迎光临, welcome.
Chinese restaurants been gone for a fucking year. You're
You may
teasing
also
me.
hear 欢迎光临 when entering a department store and so on.
Okay, I'm glad I understand this now. 欢迎光临.
Put up your condos
Welcome.
around the fucking Chinese restaurant.
您好.
Stupid.
欢迎光临.
您好.
After you enter the restaurant, a waiter or waitress will lead you to a table. Generally speaking, if there are more than 4 people, you will be
I'm
taken
used
to a
eating at
large
places
table.
where there's
Okay, I
counter
see.
windows
Then
there.
he or she will say,
You
请
sort of see
坐,
the top
please
part
be
of the
seated,
register.
right?
Yes, 请
There's
means
another counter
please,
sort of thing.
and 坐 means to
You
sit
could
down,
eat there.
the
There's only
4th
one
tone.
stool.
坐, to sit down. And please be seated then, 请坐.
您好. 欢迎
There's
光临.
so many businesses.
您好.
in
请坐.
谢谢.
this city. I'm gonna watch me die for a
Then you
while.
will be asked to order dishes. You may hear this. 您吃点什么? What would you like to eat?
您吃点什么?
Oh,
您 is the polite form of 你,
您
and 吃, the first tone, means to eat.
吃
We should get
吃点儿, to eat a little bit.
Right.
Here, 点儿 is short for 一点儿, which
I just
means
wanna
a
hear
little
if they
bit.
made the hour
吃点
news.
儿.
吃点儿. But does that mean I just have to eat just a little bit?
Canada,
Well, here's the thing that
Australia,
I'd like
and
to
some other
point
places.
out. Although here the waiter or waitress says 吃点儿, to
We
eat
were
a
somewhere
little bit,
between second and
actually
fourth
it doesn't
spot.
mean you could order only a little bit. Instead, you can
hell.
order anything that you want.
Okay, but sometimes I hear the waitress say, 您吃什么? There is no 点儿.
Well, it's all right to say 您吃什么, but this sounds too direct and a little bit imprudent. So usually waitresses would say 您吃点什么.
您吃点什
I don't
么?
know what the difference is either.
Next comes to 喝, which means to drink. 喝, the first tone.
喝. Now I know how to say, what would you like to drink? It would be 您喝点什么?
Exactly. 您喝点什么? What would you like to drink?
先生，您吃点什么？
一个宫保鸡丁，一碗米饭。
您喝点什么？
啤酒。
Keywords reminder. 欢迎光临 Welcome. 请坐 Please be seated. 吃 to eat. 您吃点什么 What would you like to eat? 喝 to drink. 您喝点什么 What would you like to drink?
So let's go eat, Ken.
So I don't know if we're gonna cut it in or not. But I just want to fuck it.
The variant was confirmed to be present in the country and is driving the second wave of the pandemic.
Damn it. Which country?
You're listening to China Plus Radio, connecting you with China and the world.
One guy at 3 points and another guy at 10 million, right?
Now the news. I'm Shane Bigham. COVID-19 cases in the United States have topped 19 million, with over 332,000 deaths. California has become the first state to have more than 2 million cases. By far, the U.S. remains the nation worst hit by the pandemic, making up more than 23% of the global caseload. South Africa has breached the 1 million mark for COVID-19 cases. Gao Junia reports.
The grim milestone comes days after a more transmissible variant was confirmed to be present in the country and is driving the second wave of the pandemic. The country took 2 weeks to reach 900,000 cases from the 800,000 seen early in December. Doctors and nurses are warning the South Africa's healthcare system is under severe strain. Officials are calling on people to adhere to non-pharmaceutical interventions to prevent its further spread. The government says it's considering further restrictions. South Africa is currently the worst hit country in Africa, taking up 1/3 of the total confirmed cases.
Yeah, but I have these places.
European Union nations have kicked off a coordinated effort to give COVID-19 vaccinations to the most vulnerable among the bloc's nearly 450 million people. Healthcare workers, the elderly, and leading politicians got some of the first shots across the 27-nation bloc. The vaccines, developed by Germany's BioNTech and American drug maker Pfizer, started arriving in super cold containers at EU hospitals on Friday from a factory in Belgium. All those getting shots will have to come back in 3 weeks for a second dose.
Why?
Confirmed COVID-19 cases in Japan have increased to more than 221,000. Close to 57,000 infections have been reported in Tokyo, the highest in the country. Japan is starting to halt new entry of foreign nationals in response to the COVID-19 variant reported overseas. But business people and students from countries such as China, Thailand, and South Korea will not be affected by the policy, scheduled to be effective through late January. China suspended regular passenger flights to and from the United Kingdom in light of the emergence of a new coronavirus variant. The suspension will last through January 10th. The civil aviation regulators calling on airlines to provide good services regarding ticket refunds or flight changes for affected passengers. Iran's pursuing 48 Americans in the assassination of Qasem Soleimani after 3 new names were added to a wanted list. The Iranian general was killed in a U.S. airstrike nearly a year ago in Baghdad. Tehran says harsh revenge is still on the agenda. So far, it's requested help from Interpol in 6 countries to arrest the suspects. China's financial regulators say they've identified major problems in Ant Group's business operations and have urged the company to make plans and set a timetable as soon as possible to fix the problems in accordance with supervision requirements. Ant Group is the financial arm of Alibaba and the parent company of mobile payment business Alipay. It's required to address operating problems such as flaws in corporate governance, poor legal awareness, and leveraging market dominance to exclude competitors. It's also asked to return to its original business as a payment services provider and enhance transparency of transactions. The Beijing-Xiong'an intercity railway linking the Chinese capital and Xiong'an New Area in northern Hebei province is now operating. The 91-kilometer line has high-speed trains running at 350 kilometers per hour between Beijing and the new area, reducing travel time to just under 1 hour. Beijing West Railway Station Chief Song Tingting says the normal schedule will start with 11 pairs of trains, which will be increased to 17 in the middle of next month. The railway line allows trains to cover the distance between Beijing West Railway Station and Xiong'an New District in 50 minutes. It only takes 19 minutes for the train to travel between Dashing International Airport and Xiong'an New Area. The project was launched in 2018, and the line linking Beijing's urban area to Dashing Airport was put into use in September of last year. Official data shows that China's home appliance sector posted rising output in November. The country's refrigerator and washing machine makers saw double-digit growth in production last month. The output of refrigerators amounted to 9 million units, up 23% from last year, while washing machines reached 8.6 million sets, up 13% from a year earlier. And that's the news. I'm Shane Bigelow.
10 million households in Canada. I think like TVs, washers, dryers, fridges, air conditioners, microwaves. That can be discussed, boss.
How can you experience real life in China without making that trip to the fabulous Middle Kingdom? How do you get to meet people living in China without actually coming face to face with them? Welcome to Chinese Theatre, a program that seeks to immerse you deeply in the sights, sounds,
So it's a cover of a cover. What is this? We play stuff. I don't know what this is. I don't know if I should rip. I knew by this. I'm so sorry. Oh, because they're trying hard. This song is older than the kids singing it. This is a song lyric, right? Detroit. One of our friends was named Detroit. I don't know what happened. Wonder why he's always smiling, always seems happy. Because he's in Toronto, he's from Detroit. Up to the world, this is a song lyric. You just skated, boy. She said, see you later, boy. This part of the song is sucks. They make you pay. They give you secrets on this show here. They make you pay for it. Listen to this shit.
stop believing by Glee. You're listening to Studio Plus. Now let's go to our first topic of the day. A survey by China Youth Daily says dances and concerts are the artistic performances which are most popular with Chinese youth. The survey on 1,978 people aged between 18 and 35 shows that over 57% of the respondents said they favor dances and 50% said they go to concerts most. The survey also reflected diversified choices among Chinese young people. And Li Xuan, an undergraduate student at Renmin University of China, enjoys watching plays and musicals during her free time. And she said, I have many friends who enjoy such performances, and we like to discuss the shows we have watched and make recommendations to each other. I guess that's quite common among the college students. According to this survey, the pursuit of relaxation and spiritual satisfaction are among the main reasons for young Chinese people to watch more artistic performances. Social media also plays an important part. According to Liu Lu, a university student who enjoys Beijing opera, and she said, posting my thoughts about performances I have watched on social media platforms not only records life, but is also a way to meet like-minded friends online. So from her words, you can
You're telling us how the basic internet works. Now I'm getting
for a lot of
annoyed.
people, they not only enjoy different sorts of performances and art forms, they also use this kind of entertainment as a way of communicating and socializing with their friends.
Yeah, but
even
you got videos with
making new
100 million hits.
Yeah, indeed. I think it's quite natural to see every generation when they are younger, especially when they are teenagers or in their early 20s. Normally, they would memorize the most popular songs and the remarkable concerts when they were younger, and they would memorize all the pop music and the rock and roll, whatever they love. And when they grow older, for example, when they get to the age of 50 or 60, and when they sing together, they would go back to the nostalgic era.
Yeah, that's not old yet. That's just
back
older.
to when they were in their
70,
20s.
80,
That's right. They still remember the songs that they sung in their 20s.
That's right. And then when they sing together, you can see which generation or which era they're from. And so this is very fun. And when we were younger, I remember when I was in high school, the superstars we love are, the 四大天王, the four big idols, including Liu Dehua, Zhang Xueyou. So nowadays, let's say one of my classmates invite me to a concert of Zhang Xueyou. All right, he's already
she just used, they will never put on.
I can't say old age, but I don't know his exact age, but he's my memory of my childhood and my teenage and young life. And I could burst into tears when I go to his concert. And I will not ever regret that I've been to his concert when he toured around China, and he had lots of concerts available for lots of fans. Still very popular these days, and not to mention that the younger people, lots of people have been very crazy about the TF boys, those born in the 1990s and 2000s. And if you ask a person who is like my nephew, he is in the third year. He's a sophomore in college. So when he was little, he was singing the songs by Jay Chou, 双截棍, like that. And it was a hit many years ago. So every generation have their favorite idols and songs and pop things that they would love to do. Dances and concerts becoming really popular with young Chinese. That's very natural, and I believe that as time passes by, they will
Speaking of songs,
have their unique memory in the end. I feel like this is very interesting.
And I just hope that more
I've been tracking all day, trying to find a way to get about it. I know that shit.
Like this student that you mentioned enjoys picking opera, right? That's very good, and I'm very happy to see the younger generations, they fall in love with the classical art forms, including picking opera. That's very, very unique, very good. And I think when this student said that she loves
and I'm just here trying to leave, trying to get up off the streets, and they took my boy from me. I'm out here lonely on the block, with my homies on lock. This ain't how it's supposed to be.
Niggas know it's average. Push to the struggle, we gotta have it. And don't say a word about that thing that spits rapid. Niggas won't hesitate to put his face on the pamphlet.
R.I.P. to my niggas. Free my niggas too. I've been tracking all day, trying to find a way to get about it. I know that shit don't last long, either I be dead and gone or them cups are on my wrist.
There's pieces of wood inside these cardboard doors.
Trying to get up on the streets and they took my boy from me. I'm out here lonely on the block, cause my homies on lock. This ain't how it's supposed to be.
Niggas know it's average. Push to the struggle, we gotta have it. And don't say a word about that thing that spits rapid. Niggas won't hesitate to put his face on the pamphlet. Your hustle's backed up. My hustle been doing backflips, SKs that fold out. Hollows been constant showouts, rolling with Michelle. Been trapping out of a full house. My family matters like Urkel, we like herbivore. I never heard of y'all. Bullets, they could've murked me, bro. I'm behind that glass till my black knife shatters. Cause emotion in your life, just like Black Lives Matter. I always knew that dreaming came easily, but now I'm having dreams that niggas keep putting heat to me. So I had to take the snub out the box, it was empty. So I had to take the slugs out the sock, F-14G. Niggas know the clan that I fuck with, believe me. It ain't nothing I start dumping. My strap cost 3 bands, shoot like I got 3 hands. Niggas know the deal when we pull up in like 3 bands. A voodoo man trying to shoot me, watch a heat jam, then beat the whole clip of my bullets, they got an E-band.
I'm trying to embrace you in two opposite directions. Society's falling apart. I'm trying to go through both of them. We're doing great if you consider helping people that most of them see this stuff as weeds. They won't know it's going to do it if they don't know this now.
I'm out here lonely on the block, cause my homies on lock. This ain't how it's supposed to be. I've been trapping all day, trapping all day, trapping all goddamn day, man. I'm just trapping all day, trapping all day, trapping all goddamn day, man. I'm just trapping all day, trapping all day, trapping all goddamn day, man. I'm just trapping all day, fucking trapping all day, trapping all goddamn day.
Penitentiary chances or casket laid out. Them the only 2 ways the shit plays out. Picket fence foreign shit is wicked in the caged house. Gorillas in the cell picking they braids out. My nigga lock on, and so is Young too. So is Fresh and Mars. Tell me who I'm supposed to run to when I'm in need of a shoulder. When I'm trying to be righteous, but the street life making me colder. Took the white Pyrex nights, baked it in soda. Goons pop like you shaking the cola. Wasted a sober when the words out inside. No escaping them rollers. No room for error here. It's one mistake and it's over. But I'm trying to do this rap. That's my word, cuz. Stuck between a dream and these fiends, I gotta serve drugs. 2 options, pick one, the choice is on you. Make sure it ain't the wrong move, it's grand.
Arab fathers like cowboys, the French like Indians, and royalty like Englishmen. Christians still reading our Corinthians. Rich still murders on the instant. Every day's an incident. Try to talk to niggas, they ain't listening like so be it. The kids the places they was looking, but they don't see it. You see it. Since the hoop that we pushing in that collegiate. Niggas wore purple like Cameron, I really mean it. Tell me I'm a genius. The way I tell these stories like I seen this. I add the hurrah, so the realest, to the Libras. Fuck your horoscope, I got a horoscope. Put it on the top of the rifle when that Ferrari provoked. Never knew niggas was singing till they hit high notes. Wasn't playing ball in 9 or 5, suspension dope. Catch me in the trap house till the minute I cash out. Sipping on Guinnesses, Heinekens, and
I've been trapping all day, trying to find a way to get about it. I know that shit don't last long, either I be dead and gone or them cups are on my wrist. And I'm just here trying to leave, trying to get up off the streets, and they took my boy from me. I'm out here lonely on the block, cause my homies on lock. This ain't how it's supposed to be. I've been trapping all day, trying to find a way to get about it. I I know that shit don't last long. Either I be dead and gone or the cops are on my wrist. And I'm just here trying to get up off the streets, and they took my boy from me. I'm out here lonely on the block, cause my homies on lock. This ain't how it's supposed to be. I've been trapping all day, trapping all goddamn day, man. I'm just trapping all day, trapping all day,
somewhere
trapping all
during that
goddamn day,
show
man.
today,
I'm
there will be a
just trapping all day, trapping all day,
3 hours.
trapping all goddamn day, man. I'm just trapping all day, fucking trapping all day, trapping all goddamn day.
I knew if to play something that hard, I had to. It told us a lot about nothing. Chinese people use the internet and share the things they see on TV with each other. It's like everybody else does or would. I got that lifetime fever. I gotta spit up in the crop.
I got a lifetime fever. I don't gotta spit. I can still future. I got a lifetime fever. I don't gotta spit.
10, 11, 12, 15 years ago. They have no connection to this. Some of these tracks that mentioned SARS, Ebola, they're relatively recent. Well, after this real hard. Freezing clouds. It seemed like the most important one to show up.
Hi, Max. Guys,
feel the energy.
Rockers riding up music.
Feel the energy. It's the prophecy. Push up hip hop. Let your body rock. And you won't stop. Let your body rock. And we won't stop. Let your body rock. Feel the energy. It's a prophecy.
Fuck up in my words. Walking in the straight line. Everybody came in freestyle.
Get your body rock. Wake up early morning, grinding. Life's boring, going all in. Get your money strong. In the studio, going long for the radio. Opening big names, getting paid for the company. Still in it, no way out. Smoke loud, for my nerves, medical terms, physical terms.
Why is it cutting in and out?
Suicide is an exercise, well and alive, come for a ride, don't dive, stay fly, be tough, not from the same cloth, I'm tuxedo, yeah, I'm neat.
Welcome to Mi'kmaq Matters, a podcast about Mi'kmaq people, politics, land, and water. I'm Glenn Wheeler.
I know what's in these people's heads, but not much of brains.
I hope you have your offerings close, bundled tight, and
New York niggas in the audience. We got niggas bigger smell that.
When it comes to money, I'm there for these screws. My niggas 5 niggas, then they drinking they jewels. I used to ask God for things, but I would never get it. Now I'm just stealing, ask God for forgiveness. You worry about the wrong man, I'm the shooter. Give a man an inch, and he think he the ruler. There's no I in team, there is a me. American dream, believe it, you gotta be a slave. I know it's bad, but I'm high anyway. Help me stay big high anyway. Say the talk of God kind of brave, but I don't get it. Cause when God talk back to me, that say I'm schizophrenic. I don't talk shit, I'm full of pistols. I'm like a ventriloquist, you never see my lips move. I'm throwing money up, never get spinny, bitch. Rocks the fat, get in and go skinny dipping. I started with nothing and still have most of it. I'm pulling out hammers like jumping Jehoshaphat. I can't remember the last time I got something. Your guns is decoration, nigga, so stop fronting. It's sticky finger, I'm maniac depressing. I'm passive aggressive. Better spread the message. You know who the best is. Better have your best. I'm good, big, black, and ugly. I call that bitch precious. I sweat on my nose. They say that I'm an evil, bro. I'm a baller. I see things and dream in color. You think it can't happen till you got flesh. Strong to make it right. Oh, believe me, free left. We keep it clean. Whips, clean up with the guns. Stash over 100. Whatever you get the ones. Good show, sticky. Niggas smoke guns. Roll back, B.I. Dad, you like my sons. I don't give a shit. Give a shit. We don't give a shit. Give a shit. Don't nigga bro. I don't give a shit. Give a shit. We don't give a shit. Give a shit. I know the hood like I came back so hard. Such a night. Must be an actor. You'll stick your finger back and he grind me again with that double barrel shotgun like Siamese twins. It's always connected with the biggest mouth in the fuck first. I'm not as bad as people say, believe me, I'm much worse. Can't believe it, you see through how you can fight. You know the cost of anything, but you value nothing. And even if a bitch got a fuck to make you use a mother nature gave you before for all the time taken. I heard everybody out my eye. I believe in hard strokes, nigga, my sign is violence. Listen, nigga, I'll make a deal with you. Stop lying on me, I'ma start telling the truth about you, about my hip-hop legends. And my hip-hop legends, and you bitches back. And I will shut off for 2 wishes. And I'ma keep grinding till they pull the curtain. I don't know what makes you so wet. Nigga, it's murder, nigga, it's murder. So much people think it was arrested. Violence ain't the answer, you need to rephrase the question. Shit, I was born to be a pessimist. Even my blood type is B-type negative. Refuse to go quiet into the night. If every day like it should last, one day you'll be right. We keep it clean, whips, clean up with the guns.
Oh, fuck, I don't know how many fuck tracks back that was. And this won't be right.
Welcome to Mi'kmaq Matters, a podcast about Mi'kmaq people, politics, land, and...
It should work. 2. Something here somewhere.
Feel the energy, rockers. Feel the energy, it's the prophecy. One shot hip hop, let your body rock, and we won't stop. Let your body rock, and we won't stop. Let your body rock. Feel the energy, it's a prophecy. One shot hip hop, let your body rock, and I won't stop to get your body rock. Wake up early morning, yawning, grinding, regular life's boring, going all in, get your money, sunset strong, turn into believers, good achievers in the studio, going local for the radio, living is spiritual, not untouchable, my sounds unforgettable, feel like all incredible, Tito's on my back, plug and attack, opening for big names, getting paid, on a company, turn dreams to reality, streets filthy, still in it, no way out, smoke loud, calm my nerves, medical terms, musical germs, rappers full of germs, spraying with pesticide, lyrical suicide. It's an exercise, well and alive, come for a ride, don't dive, stay fly, be tough, not from the same cloth, I'm Jackson, your Tito, your G-Money, I'm Nino, a street veteran, underground's best, like KRS, even though I'm blessed with stress, no rest for the wicked, I hate being biblical, don't care if you're lyrical, if the product is selling, if they're a miracle, you use it like equity, manipulating your energy, that's your legacy, protected with your life, like they did Christ, make it right, sell it for the right price, teach ghetto kids, the opposite, then mimic. Feel the energy, it's a prophecy. One shot hip hop, let your body rock, and we won't stop. Let your body rock, and we won't quit. Yeah! Feel the energy, it's the prophecy. One shot hip hop, let your body rock, and we won't stop. Let your body rock, 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 rock. Feel the energy, it's the prophecy. One shot hip hop, let your body rock, 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 and we won't stop. No.
I've been tracking all day, trying to find a way to get up out of this. I know that shit don't last long, either I be dead and gone or them cups are on my wrist. And I'm just here trying to lead, trying to get up off the streets, and they took my boy from me. I'm out here lonely on the block, cause my homies on lock, this ain't how it's supposed to be.
Niggas know it's savage. Push come to shove, we gotta have it. And don't say a word about that thing that spits rapid. Niggas won't hesitate to put his face on the pamphlet. The hustle's backed up. My hustle been doing backflips. SKs that fold out. Hollows been constant showouts. Rolling with Michelle. Been trapping out of a full house. My family matters like herbal though. We like herbivore. I never heard of y'all. Bullets, they could've murked me, bro. I'm behind that glass till my black knife shatters. Cause emotion in your life, just like Black Lives Matter. I always knew that dreaming came easily, but now I'm having dreams that niggas keep putting heat to me. So I had to take the snub out the box, it was empty. So I had to take the slugs out the sock, FOTG. Niggas know the clan that I fuck with, believe me. It ain't nothing I start dumping. My strap cost 3 bands, shoot like I got 3 hands. Niggas know the deal when we pull up in like 3 bands. A voodoo man tryna shoot me, watch a heat jam, then beat the whole clip of my bullets, they got a
I've been trapping all day, trying to find a way to get up out of it. I know that shit don't last long, either I be dead and gone or them cups are on my wrist. And I'm just here trying to leave, trying to get up off the streets, and they took my boy from me. I'm out here lonely on the block, cause my homies on live. This ain't how it's supposed to be. I've been trapping all day, trapping all day, trapping all goddamn day, man. I'm just trapping all day, trapping all day, trapping all goddamn day, man. I'm just trapping all day, trapping all day, trapping all goddamn day, man. I'm just trapping all day, trapping all day, trapping all goddamn day.
Penitentiary chances or a casket laid out. Them the only 2 ways the shit plays out. Picket fence foreign shit is wicked in the caged house. Gorillas in the cell picking they braids out. My nigga lock on, and so is Young Sue. So is Fresh and Mars. Tell me who I'm supposed to run to when I'm in need of a shoulder. When I'm trying to be righteous, but the street life making me colder. Took the white Pyrex nights, baked it in soda. Goons pop like you shaking the cola. Wasted it sober when the words out of sign. No escaping them rollers. No room for error here, it's one mistake and it's over. But I'm trying to do this rap, that's my word, cuz. Stuck between a dream and these fiends, I gotta serve drugs. 2 options, pick one, the choice is on you. Make sure it ain't the wrong move, it's grand.
Had revolvers like cowboys, the French like Indians, and royalty like Englishmen. Christians still reading on Corinthians. Red still murders on the Islington. Every day's an incident. Try to talk to niggas, they ain't listening like so be it. To catch the places they was looking, but they don't see it. You see it. Sister hope that we pushing in that collegiate. Niggas wore purple like Cameron, I really mean it. Tell me I'm a genius. The way I tell these stories like I seen this. I add the horizon to the realest, to the Libras. Fuck your horoscope, I got a horoscope. Put it on the top of the rifle whenever I provoke. Never knew niggas were singing till they hit high notes. Wasn't playing ball or 9 to 5, so spit your dope. Catch me in the drop house to the minute I catch up. Sipping on Guinness's high. And the kids are trying to
trapping all day, trying to find a way.
University of Toronto says he would not be so.
That shit don't last long, either I be dead and gone or the cups are on my wrist.
He believes we're in better shape than other places when it comes to insulating ourselves.
We have the Quarantine Act in effect, where we know that the vast majority of people are in if you have a 14-day period of quarantine.
You already know what it is.
Well, of course, it's not
There's no evidence it's more likely to cause severe illness or death. Associate Medical Officer of Health Dr. Barbara Yaffe says the province is working closely with its federal counterparts. Ottawa has temporarily banned flights from the United Kingdom until the 6th of January, and the CEO of BioNTech says they're conducting tests to confirm if their vaccine can combat the new variant, but he is confident in their vaccine. I'm James Mackin.
680 News Time, 9:34. We have breaking news from Toronto Fire, who says crews are working to extinguish a 3-alarm fire at an abandoned building in the Junction. Toronto Fire District Chief Stephen Powell says they were called to the area of Dundas and Sterling Road, west of Lansdowne, around 6:30 for reports of flames.
The firefighters have taken a defensive approach to fighting this fire, as it is too dangerous to currently enter the building. We have approximately 20 apparatus on scene. No reports of any injuries at this time.
The building has been declared structurally unsound, though it's unclear if the damage is due to the fire.
Wow.
There's a heavy cloud of smoke in the area, and the public is being urged to avoid the intersection. The TTC is also being affected at 505 Dundas and 506 Carlton. There's no service at Lansdowne Avenue and Dundas West Station. Stay with 680 News for more on this developing story. 680 News Time, 9:35. Breaking news from U.S. Congress, where U.S. President Donald Trump signed a government spending bill tonight that ensures the U.S. government will not shut down this week. Part of that bill contains a separate pandemic stimulus act. President Trump finally signing the $900 billion COVID relief bill nearly a week after it was passed in Congress. In a statement, the president saying, "I have told Congress that I want far less wasteful spending and more money going into the American people in the form of $2,000 checks per adult and $600 per child." For days, the president demanded Congress increase the size of the stimulus checks from $600 to $2,000. Something House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and the president agreed on. The president signing that bill from Florida, where he's spending the Christmas holiday with his family. Rachel Scott, ABC News, Washington. You're listening to All News Radio, 680 News Time, 9:36. With Ontario confirming 3 cases of the new COVID-19 variant, the need for the vaccine is even more pressing. But the Ministry of Health says staffing shortage over the Christmas break has meant fewer people were able to roll up their sleeves, something infectious disease specialist Dr. Isaac Bogosh says isn't ideal, but is only one aspect of fighting the virus.
I think the other important thing is we need access to the vaccination, and we know that there are scheduled shipments of vaccine, for example, throughout the course of January. It's great to set goals, but a lot of this is going to be determined on how much vaccine comes into the country.
There are currently 17 vaccination sites in the province, but only 10 will be operating tomorrow. All sites should be up and running by December 29th. You're listening to 680 News. Distributions of the COVID-19 vaccine have finally reached the European Union as the region battles the second wave of the pandemic. 680's Julia Runlessy reports. A milestone has been reached in the EU today as frontline workers and senior citizens receive the COVID-19 shot. The European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen says the region will be receiving more vaccines by the end of the year. Very soon we will have more vaccines once they are proven to be safe and effective. However, this vaccination brings tough challenges as the shot must be stored at ultra-low temperatures of about -70 degrees. In Germany, the rollout campaign was delayed in several cities after it was found that about 1,000 shots may not have been kept cold enough during transit. These German cities are waiting to hear back from BioNTech on whether or not the vaccine can still be used. Portugal has been making separate cold storage units for its Atlantic islands, and Hungary and Slovakia were some of the EU nations who were able to get the shot a day early yesterday. I'm Julia Runlessy. 680 News Time, 9:30.
680 News.
Walk around with
Brought to you by the Chesterfield Shop.
I'm Caitlin Lee with a look back at Tuesday, October the 6th. Legendary rock guitarist Eddie Van Halen passes away at 65 following a long battle with cancer. His influence going beyond his band. One of his most iconic
No, he's
solos
never
is
going to be in
Michael
Wild
Jackson's
Stallions. We'll bring him back.
His son Wolfgang Van Halen sharing the heartbreaking news on social media. Many fans and fellow musicians left speechless by the news. Metallica calling Van Halen an inspiration and an idol, and Steven Tyler of Aerosmith tweeting Eddie was a game changer. With the year in review, I'm Caitlin Lee. Still to come on 680 News, we'll check the price at the pumps. 680 News Time, 9:39.
Hi, Steve here from the Chesterfield Shop.
And Pam too.
My family has had the privilege of serving this great community since 1948, and I'm sad to say that our famous in-store Boxing Week sale will be postponed for the first time in over 72 years.
We hope that all of our 5 great locations will soon be open, and believe me, you'll be happy that you waited. Chesterfield Shop, your leather superstar.
Or go online to thechesterfieldshop.com or call us for a virtual tour of our great stores.
Now the 680 News gas price update. MPRO predicts the price won't change at midnight, holding at $1.06.9 a liter at most GTA stations. Coming up in 60 seconds, we have traffic and weather together on the ones. 680 News Time, 9:40.
If life is a journey, we can help you enjoy the ride. BMW Auto House, a proud member of the A1 Group of dealerships, has been a driving force in Thornhill for 24 years, offering you the widest selection of new and pre-owned vehicles and full vehicle repair and maintenance services. By treating you like our own, we can put you in the right vehicle at the right time. We're conveniently located in the Young and Steeles area, and we're not just here for you, we are you. Visit BMWAutohouse.ca.
2020 has been stressful enough. You need a mortgage without the stress test. Remember the name Duga. Jasper Duga and his team can connect you with a number of lenders that don't do stress tests. If you have a 20% down payment, they have your mortgage. And Jasper Duga works for you, not the lenders. So you get the best terms and rates without the stress. Get started today at DugaMortgages.ca. That's DHUGGA Mortgages.ca.
That's not the Duke of Credit Union. How do you spell the other one?
680 News Time, 9:41. Time for traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Colette Desjardins. This report brought to you by Rogers. He from the westbound 401. Good news, approaching Kennedy and the express problems have cleared, and the rest of the main highways around the GTA all in great shape, lightly traveled. If you're getting around on city streets, Dundas and Sterling, just west of Lansdowne, we've got a 3-alarm fire. So police have closed Dundas both ways now between Sororan Avenue over to College. And this report brought to you by Rogers. Boxing Week is on now, and Rogers unwrap the best deals of the year on the hottest phones and accessories before they're gone. Your next report is at 9:51. Right now, let's get the forecast. Here's Michelle Nelson. Watching it for a brief period of freezing rain for northern sections of the GTA. So for Newmarket, Barrie, Caledon, through to Uxbridge, watching it for some icy conditions before we see that transition to some wet snow and then rain through the overnight. Temperatures are warming up, so we're looking at that guaranteed high late tonight. Southerly winds gusting to 50 kilometers per hour, really helping to usher in that warmer air. We will see some lingering showers for tomorrow morning, but then lake effect flurries by the afternoon. Strong westerly winds, a big cool down as temperatures drop to -8 tomorrow night. We'll hit your guaranteed high of +3 near midnight. Right now in downtown Toronto, it's 2 degrees and lightly raining. Taking a look at Toronto Pearson Airport, it's 2 degrees and similar conditions. It's a pandemic record debut for Wonder Woman 1984. ABC's Christopher Watson has the details.
The time will come, man. Wonder Woman 1984's time is clearly here. The Christmas Day debut in theaters took in a pandemic box office record $16.7 million domestically. That's nearly double what the debut of Christopher Nolan's Tenet made in September. Its simultaneous debut on HBO Max drew nearly half of its 12.6 million subscribers Friday alone. Warner Brothers, they're pleased enough to have already given the green light to its third Wonder Woman film. Christopher Watson, ABC News.
Still to come on 680 News, a rundown of the top stories and sports. 680 News Time, 9:43.
The holiday season always makes us feel better. So let's keep that healthy attitude going. And it starts now at Healthy Planet. All month enjoy Boxing Day savings on healthy foods, supplements, sports, and beauty products. Now save 30% on the entire line of New Chapter supplements. And pick up 2 packs of cloth masks for kids, now for just $9.99. Visit one of Healthy Planet's 29 Canadian family-owned locations near you or healthyplanetcanada.com.
Your Markville Toyota family is celebrating more than just the holidays. It's time for Boxing Week, and it's time to Toyota. Make an appointment to stop by the Markville Toyota showroom or shop floor with a training at markvilletoyota.com. With lease or finance rates from 0% with
there should be 2 screws over it on this wall. They must have got $10,000 per
Family
sign.
takes care of family, and right now that's more important than ever. Love you, Markville Toyota, in the heart of Markham, Highway 7, just east of McAllen.
on that rail line. You wouldn't be even looking at that fence. There's a level crossing.
It's 2 degrees and lightly raining in downtown Toronto. Good evening. I'm Enrica Amaturo. Here are the top stories this hour. 4 confirmed cases of the more transmissible COVID-19 variant originating in the UK is now in Canada. 3 identified cases are in Ontario and 1 is in British Columbia. Emergency crews are working to put out a 3-alarm fire at Sterling Road and Dundas Street West. Toronto Fire says it's an abandoned warehouse building with lots of flammable material inside. About 80 firefighters are working to put out the flames. A staffing shortage at vaccine clinics across Ontario means less people were able to get the shot to protect against the coronavirus. And coming up after sports,
are the White House's COVID-19 task force vaccination projections too optimistic? I'm ABC's Dave Packer. That's coming up.
680 News Time, 9:45.
Real estate transaction involved here.
Now 680 Sports from Sportsnet 590 The Fan. Here's Show Ali.
Let's kick things off at the World Juniors, where Canada remains undefeated in prelim action. They beat Slovakia 3-1. Jordan Spence and Phil Tomasino scored for Team Canada in the win. Jack Quinn scored an empty netter with a few seconds to go. Tomasino now has 3 goals and 2 assists in 2 games at the World Juniors. Team Canada gets back in action on Tuesday against Switzerland. In the NHL, we have a trade to announce as the Sens have acquired Braden Coburn, Cedric Paquette, and a 2022 second-round pick in exchange for goaltender Anders Nilsson and the rights to Marian Gaborik. The Lightning have announced that both Nilsson and Gaborik will be placed on long-term injured reserve. The trade will allow Tampa Bay to be cap compliant. And over in the NFL, Sunday Night Football is underway from a very snowy Lambeau Field between the Packers and Titans. It's been all Green Bay for the majority of the first half. Devontae Adams has 2 touchdown catches. Aaron Rodgers has 3 touchdown passes overall on the evening. Jonnu Smith caught a touchdown with 37 seconds left in the first half for Tennessee. Packers lead 19-7. Sports at 15 and 45 past every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590.
680 News Time, 9:47.
Your depression is not responding to treatment and your disability claim has been denied. My name is Aaron Waxman, and if your disability claim has been denied for any reason, call me at 416-661-4878. And don't worry about upfront legal fees, because there are none. At my law firm, my team of lawyers only get paid when you get paid. And before you call, you should always remember that there are no bad questions. 416-661-4878 or on your cell phone at pound LTD.
At jackpotcity.net, you can do amazing things with just one casino chip. Discover a world of incredible casino games with over 500 high-quality online slot games, including the world-renowned progressive jackpot slot.
I've already been married and divorced, like married and divorced once, and married and kind of divorced the second. Oh yeah,
so visit jackpotcity.net today on your tablet, laptop, or mobile. Jackpot City, a whole world of casino games. 18 plus. Please play responsibly. This is not a gambling website.
Optimistic projections from the White House on the COVID-19 vaccine rollout. Some are saying too optimistic. ABC's Dave Packer reports.
White House COVID Task Force member Admiral Brett Giroir is setting an ambitious goal for COVID-19 vaccinations on CNN's State of the Union.
We are clearly on schedule. 20 million vaccinations distributed by the first week in January.
But according to the CDC's COVID tracker, just around 2 million Americans have been vaccinated thus far. That would mean 18 million more Americans would need to be vaccinated in just under 2 weeks. Former FDA Commissioner Scott Gottlieb.
I think it's probably realistic to think that the pace is going to be a little bit slower, especially as we try to move through hard to vaccinate populations.
You don't give a fuck what happens. You got 2 war for 3 days in the sun. I don't give a fuck. Get it out of here.
You're listening to All News Radio, 680 News Time, 9:48. The person responsible for the Christmas Day bombing in Nashville has been identified by U.S. authorities.
U.S. Attorney for the Middle District of Tennessee, Donald Cochran, says they believe Anthony Warner, who had been previously named as a person of interest, was solely responsible for the bombing.
We base this conclusion on forensic evidence, including DNA evidence, as well as evidence that was gathered from the scene of the bombing.
He says Warner died in the explosion, and they're continuing to investigate his motive. Mark Remillard, ABC News.
I was just being crazy.
You're listening
crazy
to 680 News.
Who's remains in the
Maritimes
fucking
remains
bus?
the lowest region for COVID-19 cases in Canada.
New Brunswick officials report 2 new cases in the Moncton region. Newfoundland and Labrador also saw 3 new cases since its last public advisory on Christmas Eve. The province's public health officials say 2 of the cases were travel-related. From the Canadian Press, I'm Roger Ward.
Coming up, we'll check the roads with Colette Desjardins and take a look at the extended forecast with Michelle Nelson. 680 News Time, 9:50.
Happy holidays from Von Chrysler. Your Von Chrysler family is thankful for all your support and proud to be there for you with friendly service and incredible savings. Finance for 0% for up to 96 months on the new 2021 Rams. Looking for the perfect family vehicle? Get up to a 35% discount on all new 2020 Dodge Grand Caravans. Shop online today at VonChrysler.com. Part of Perry Automotive. They can't wait to see you in 2021.
What does it mean to be exceptional? Take 2 companies that intimately know their craft and witness as they create a design story for those who dare to be different. Appliance Canada and Thermador, strong partners that bring innovation to life and invite you to experience exceptional moments with Thermador appliances. Visit ApplianceCanada.com for more information on our Thermador offers featured throughout the year. Thermador and Appliance Canada, for your home, for your life.
680 News Time, 9:51. Time for traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Colette Desjardins.
It's a quiet Sunday night drive around the city. Right now, the major expressways all in great shape, lightly traveled, moving at the limit. If you're on the 427, both ways between Highway 7 and Zenway, closed for construction. And if you're on Jarvis, either north or southbound, the ramp to the eastbound Gardner, that remains closed for at least another month. Taking a look right now on city streets, Dundas and Sterling, which is west of Lansdowne. We've got numerous fire crews trying to put out a 3-alarm blaze. Right now, they've closed Dundas both ways between Sororn and College. Your next report coming up at 10:01. Right now, let's get the forecast. Here's Michelle Nelson.
A quick-moving Clipper system brings us the chance of freezing rain into northern sections of the GTA tonight before changing over to wet snow and eventually rain near midnight. So a heads up for some slick driving conditions from Caledon through to Newmarket and up to Barrie. We will warm up to 4 degrees through the overnight, so those rain showers continue, ending tomorrow morning. Then the chance of flurries through the afternoon. Lake effect snow sets up, so some tricky travel conditions tomorrow for the snow belt. Expect some poor visibility. Temperatures come crashing down tomorrow. Tomorrow night, -8. It will feel like -14. And then 2 systems push in for the middle of this week. We are looking at some rain for New Year's Eve with the potential for some freezing rain New Year's Day. We'll hit your guaranteed high of 3 degrees near midnight. Right now in downtown Toronto, it's 2 degrees and lightly raining. Taking a look at Toronto Pearson Airport, it's similar conditions and 2 degrees. Coming up at 10 o'clock, the latest on 4 confirmed cases in Canada of the 70% more transmissible COVID-19 variant that originated in the United Kingdom. Durham is identifying 2 cases, Ottawa reporting 1 case, and British Columbia confirming 1 case. Also, we have the latest developments on the 3-alarm fire emergency crews are working to put out right now. Toronto Fire says there's a lot of flammable material inside and the building is not structurally sound. 680 News Time, 9:53.
This extended forecast is brought to you by Dynamic Funds. The greatest investment tip ever? Start building a plan with a financial advisor today. Learn more about the value of advice at dynamic.ca/advice.
Give your oven a break this year and cook all your holiday favorites on a Traeger wood pellet grill instead. Fueled by all-natural hardwood pellets, Traeger grills add incredible wood-fired flavor to everything you cook. Traeger's also boasts 6-in-1 versatility that lets you cook everything from roast turkey and grilled veggies to baked cookies and smoked eggnog. Plus, Wi-Fi technology lets you control your grill right from your phone. To learn more and find a dealer near you, visit TraegerGrills.ca/Canada Dealers.
We work for you.
From talking to the newsmakers
To getting the answers to what you need to know about COVID-19.
and answers about your job and finances.
If you have a question, ask it at 680news.com/answers.
680 News gets the answers.
We're in this together.
680 News, working for you.
Quebec says emergency financial help is coming for the 19 municipalities and their residents affected by heavy rains and flooding. The rain started on Thursday through Saturday, and on Christmas Day, 266 people were forced from their homes because of the rising water levels caused by warm weather and torrential rain. The province says applicants must meet certain criteria to be eligible for the aid. Still ahead, the 680 News Business Report. 680 News Time, 9:55.
Hiring can be challenging, but ZipRecruiter makes it fast and easy. We talked to Monica Starks, who needed to hire for a pivotal role at her company, GS Group.
As the owner of a construction company, finding the right people is a very difficult task. So I use ZipRecruiter.
ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology identifies the right people for your job and actively invites them to apply, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.ca/Canada. Monica did, and that's how she found Lamont, her new project superintendent.
The job is so perfect for me. I had a career breakthrough. I would have never found this job if it wasn't for ZipRecruiter.
With ZipRecruiter, we've hired everyone from accountants to project managers to field scientists. With ZipRecruiter, we get hiring results.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And now you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.ca/Canada. That's ZipRecruiter.ca/Canada. ZipRecruiter.ca/Canada.
680 News Time, 9:56. Now to 680 News Business Report.
I'm Richard Southern, taking a look back here at the year that was in cannabis stocks. And this is a market that has matured a bit. And by and large, the Canadian cannabis stocks didn't do very good in 2020. Greg Taylor is the Chief Investment Officer at Purpose Investments. Greg, not such a hot year for the bond stocks.
No, but I think you can make it almost a tale of two countries here, because the Canadian cannabis companies really haven't done too much in 2020. And it's really just, it's in this consolidation period that we've had too many companies and too small market, and they have to consolidate, but there's still a lot more to do. So the Canadian cannabis companies as a group haven't done too well because there's too many of them. Where the excitement's really been has been in the U.S. operations. There's been a lot of U.S.-focused Canadian cannabis companies which have come up and listed on Canadian exchanges. But all their operations are in the U.S. And these stocks have done tremendously well this year. It's really all about the U.S. market seems to be opening up quicker than everyone thought. The U.S. election went exactly as we could have hoped for the cannabis trade. And that's really caused a lot of excitement. More U.S. investors are coming in, seeing the sector, seeing that it's got a ton of potential. And they expect that the Democrats could do something to advance regulation in 2021. So the Canadian cannabis stocks didn't do too well, but their American counterparts, which do trade in Canada, have actually had a very strong year.
So when we look to next year, 2021, the expectation is for maybe a better year with, like you say, the national regulations in the states maybe changing.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see what actually comes to pass. Certainly after the Democrats won the election, there's been a lot of excitement of will they advance some of these cannabis bills. And we do think that something is going to pass in 2021. It's just the question is going to be what? Opening up banking and getting these companies listed, the American companies listed on U.S. exchanges, could open up to a lot of investors and create a ton of excitement.
That's Greg Taylor with Purpose Investments, and at the Business Center, I'm Richard Southern.
Oh, marvelously, oh, marvelously, oh, marvelously, go through the machine.
Boxing Week is here. Save 15% site-wide Friday to Sunday. Plus, our biggest deals on our biggest brands. Only at sleepcountry.ca. Sleep well, stay well. Sleep Country.
Good morning, Hillview Secondary. These are your announcements. It's snowing, so if you're using the Wi-Fi outside of a coffee shop to take class, be sure to bundle up. If you don't have a laptop for homework, make sure your phone is fully charged. And lastly, if you don't have a place to study at home, see if your work break room is free.
For students in low-income communities, the barriers to education have never been higher. Donate to Pathways to Education and help them continue high school.
Now, 680 News regional weather conditions for Walmart.
Boxing Week is on now at Walmart.ca. Save $70 on an 8-quart Instant Pot. Now only $69.88. Find more Boxing Week deals online at Walmart.ca. Taking a look at the conditions across southern Ontario, starting in Aurora, we're seeing flurries there. It's 0. In Burlington, it's lightly raining and 2 degrees. We're seeing that drizzle continue over in Kitchener. It's 1 degree there. Overcast conditions in Newmarket, it's 0. And it's snowing in Pickering at 1 degree. Raining in Stouffville and 0. In downtown Toronto right now, it's 2 degrees, feeling like -3 with the wind chill and lightly raining. At Toronto Pearson Airport, it's 2 degrees, feeling like -3 with the wind and similar conditions. Tijuana Turner is our digital editor tonight. The News Watch never stops. 680 News is CFTR AM Toronto. 680 News time, 10 o'clock.
On for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News, Toronto.
The water pipes all over the city are just going to
Good evening. It's Sunday, December 27th. I'm Michelle Halim.
And I'm Enrique Amaturo. Here's what's making news this hour.
3 in Ontario and 1 in BC. That's how many cases of the COVID-19 variant first seen in the UK have been discovered so far.
Toronto Fire are reporting crews are working to extinguish a 3-alarm fire at an abandoned tool equipment warehouse in the Junction. Crews say there is highly flammable material in the building and advise people to avoid the area.
After some delay to sign the bill last week, U.S. President Donald Trump has officially signed the second COVID-19 release bill. After a grueling several months of the COVID-19 pandemic, the vaccine has finally reached the European Union.
Team Canada knocks off Slovakia in a tight one at the World Juniors, and a snowy Sunday night football is underway. Sports at 15.
And coming up in business, as many Canadians continue to work remotely, it seems a lot of us are doing more at the kitchen table than we did at the office. We have details on that and how to prevent burnout.
Burnout. You're at home. Go past those.
680 News time, 10:01.
Time for traffic and weather. Together on the ones, here's Colette Desjardins. And this report brought to you by Don Valley North Toyota. Still lightly travel up all the highways around the GTA. Everything is moving very nicely. A very quiet Sunday night. Haven't seen any problems or delays. Now, if you are on the 427, we've got that long-term construction. 427 both ways, closed between Zedway and Highway 7. And also, if you're on Jarvis, north and southbound Jarvis, no access to the ramp to the eastbound Gardner. Getting around on city streets, yes, we have that 3-alarm blaze that you've been hearing in our newsroom. Right now, DANS is closed between Sororan and College. That's west of Lansdowne. Police have closed that because of that working fire. Don Valley North Toyota is ready when you are. Protocols are in place for everyone's safety. You can shop the showroom by appointment only, or just go online anytime at DonValleyNorthToyota.com. Your next report is at 10:11. Right now, let's get the forecast. Here's Michelle Nelson.
Temperatures are slowly climbing tonight. We'll reach that guaranteed high of +3 very late, but we also have some active weather. A Clipper system is moving through. That's going to bring us the chance of freezing rain for northern sections of the GTA before a transition to wet snow, and then eventually rain showers through the overnight. Overnight, we'll see temperatures remain steady near 4 degrees. We'll hit your guaranteed high of 3 degrees near midnight.
Right now in downtown Toronto, it's 2 degrees and lightly raining. Taking a look at Toronto Pearson Airport, it's 2 degrees with similar conditions. 680 News time, 10:03.
Canadian health officials reporting the more contagious strain of COVID-19 that has been sweeping across the UK has now been identified in Canada in 4 separate cases. Yesterday, the country's first 2 cases of the variant were found in a couple in Durham region. A case was announced in Ottawa and another on Vancouver Island in British Columbia.
It comes as the province sees COVID-19 cases top more than 2,000 for the 13th day in a row. 680's James Mackin reports.
The people in Ontario and British Columbia have been informed of their diagnosis, and they are self-isolating, according to releases from both provincial governments. Dr. Isaac Bogosh, an infectious diseases expert with the University of Toronto, says it's only a matter of time before more cases of the strain are identified.
If the appropriate tests are done, there will be more and more of this genetic variant found, probably in many parts of the world. it's probably more widespread in Canada.
Currently, data on the COVID-19 variant finds it can spread faster and easier, but there's no evidence that it's more likely to cause severe illness or death. Associate Medical Officer of Health Dr. Barbara Yaffe says the province is working closely with its federal counterparts, and Ottawa has temporarily banned flights from the UK until the 6th of January. The CEO of BioNTech says he's confident that the new strain can be treated by the vaccine, but they're currently in the process of conducting official tests. I'm James Mackin.
680 News Time, 10:04. Breaking news from Toronto, where almost 80 firefighters are working to put out a 3-alarm fire at an abandoned tool equipment warehouse at Dundas Street West and Sterling Road, just west of Lansdowne. Toronto Fire District Chief Stephen Powell says the building is not structurally sound and is not safe for crews to enter the building.
The building has been compromised. I can't say if it's been compromised by the fire yet.
I don't know what's under the building holding it up.
Due to the state of the structure.
It's hanging off the side of a bridge.
Adding the flames reached train track level with the building 1 story at street level. There are no reported injuries at this time, and the TTC is also being affected on the 505 Dundas and 506 Carlton. There is no service at Lansdowne Avenue and Dundas West Station. Stay with 680 News for more on this developing story. 680 News Time, 10:05. Breaking news from U.S. Congress. U.S. President Donald Trump has signed a second COVID-19 stimulus plan.
After President Trump failed to sign the bill last week, criticizing its $600 stimulus checks, he's now put his signature on it. The $900 billion plan was the culmination of months of negotiations in Congress and includes, among other things, a re-up of the Paycheck Protection Program to help small businesses retain employees and additional unemployment insurance that covers millions of laid-off Americans. Those benefits had expired on Saturday after the president initially refused to sign it. Mark Remillard, ABC News.
So the whole country's going, well, I don't know if I have money or not.
The European Union is joining North America and Britain with their COVID-19 vaccination rollout. 680's Julia Runlessy reports.
Europe launched a mass drive earlier today with frontline workers and senior citizens first in line to receive the shot by Pfizer and BioNTech. The European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen says the vaccination is the lasting way out of the pandemic.
The vaccine is made available at the same time to all EU countries, and people will start taking the vaccine in Athens, in Rome, in Helsinki, in Sofia, you just name it.
The EU is set to receive 12.5 million doses of the shot by the end of the year. That's enough to vaccinate over 6 million people based on the 2-dose regimen. This rollout comes shortly after a new strain of the virus has been spreading in southern England. I'm Julia Runlessy.
You're listening to 680 News. Since many students have been studying remotely, teachers have noticed an increase in virtual cheating. Olivia Maleta, a high school math teacher in Thornhill, says she noticed several of her students had matching solutions on their exams, and upon investigation, found they all shared a math program. It's called PhotoMath, and it's a Croatian company founded 6 years ago. The program shows the users how to solve complex math problems step by step, and has over 150 million downloads. 680 News Time, 10:07. A special weather statement is in effect for the northern part of the GTA. 680's weather specialist Michelle Nelson says freezing rain could be in store for Newmarket and areas stretching northeast to Bancroft, while Cottage Country could see some snow.
So this Clipper system will track in for us beginning this evening. We are watching out for a brief period of freezing rain for northern sections of the GTA before that transition to some wet snow and eventually rain throughout the overnight. Temperatures are on the rise. We are going to see about 4 degrees and holding steady through the overnight hours.
We could see some wet snow coming to parts of the GTA as well, especially further north near Barrie. Coming up, gas prices won't be changing, but find out what they are in 30 seconds. 680 News Time, 10:09.
Money matters. So if our weather forecast is off by more than 3 degrees,
you could win cash.
Details at 680news.com.
This
is 680 News.
Right now through until December 31st, TSC is adding more today's Showstopper Boxing Week specials, like the Bose Wave Music System 4. Powerful yet compact, it has a remote control to play rich room-filling stereo sound from CDs, MP3s, radio, and streaming through audio input. Regularly $649.99. Now until December 31st, it's just $379.99. Or 12 easy pay payments of $31.67. Shop TSC.ca. Today's shopping choice.
Put us on and find out what to wear. The best weather reports in the city every 10 minutes on 680 News. Alexa, what station has the best breaking news, traffic, and weather?
680 News, obviously. Now, the 680 News gas price update. Enbro predicts the price won't change at midnight, holding at $1.06.9 a liter at most GTA stations. Coming up, traffic and weather. 680 News time, 10:10.
Local news, weather, and traffic as it happens.
680 News.
Here it is, the sale we've been waiting for all year. The legendary Boxing Day sale at Visions Electronics. Save up to 80% off with no interest and no payments till 2022. Home theater, appliances, headphones, car starters, and more. And Visions beats any price by 15% and gives you a 2-year warranty on premium TVs. Online, curbside pickup or delivery. Save up to 80% off. Boxing Day, on now for a limited time, only at Visions Electronics. See the flyer at visions.ca.
You have more important things to do than be stuck in traffic.
Listen for up-to-date traffic reports, only on 680 News.
Pay homage to India's rich cultural history with a culinary experience from India Indian Bistro, a family-owned and operated restaurant located across from historic St. Lawrence Market. India sources the freshest cuts of meat from their butchers to create your favorite Indian dishes. Order today and experience why India Indian Bistro is a TripAdvisor Hall of Fame member. India Indian Bistro, the essence of India through fresh, quality ingredients. Get 10% off your takeout order today when you book through India.ca. 680 News time, 10:11. Time for traffic and weather. Together on the ones, here's Colette Desjardins. This report brought to you by your local Ontario Subaru dealers. It's looking great on the main highways around the Toronto area. Even the GTA, everything is lightly traveled. Keep in mind, of course, if you're on the 427, either north or southbound, it's closed between Highway 7 and Zenway. That is for construction. Also, the ramp north and southbound Jarvis getting on to the eastbound Gardner, that is closed for at least another month. Now on city streets, we've got a 3-alarm fire, working fire at the moment right now. It is on Dundas at Sterling, that's west of Lansdowne, but because of that, police have closed a section of that stretch. So Dundas is closed both ways between Terroran and College. 'Tis the most Subaru time of the year at your local Ontario Subaru dealer. Experience the joy of symmetrical, full-time all-wheel drive and holiday bonus of $500. Your next report at 10:21. Right now, let's get the forecast. Here's Michelle Nelson.
Overcast skies with temperatures slowly warming up. We won't hit that guaranteed high of 3 degrees until late tonight. And that active weather with a Clipper system tracking through. We could see a brief period of freezing rain for northern sections of the GTA before transitioning to wet snow and then rain overnight. So a heads up for some tricky driving conditions. Not a whole lot of rain expected for us, but we do have some gusty winds out of the south. Those are helping to warm us up. Tomorrow morning, some lingering showers with flurries by the afternoon. Temperatures really drop through the day behind the system. -8 tomorrow night with a wind chill near -14. We'll hit your guaranteed high of +3 near midnight.
In downtown Toronto, it's 2 degrees with light rain, but feels like -3. Similar conditions near Toronto Pearson Airport at 2 degrees, also feeling like -3. The very first modular supportive housing units for Toronto's homeless are officially complete. The 56 studio apartments will be fully tenanted by January, according to Liana Gibson, Vice President of Communications at the Neighborhood Group, who will be operating this building and a second modular home in Dover Court. The 3-story building situated near Victoria Park subway station is just one component of the city's modular housing initiative, which will see a total of 250 new homes built in 2 phases. Each unit in the building will come fully furnished with a bed, dresser, chairs, and include a small kitchen with all appliances, as well as air conditioning and heating. In addition, an opt-in meal program in which meals are prepared on site, as well as a communal dining and common room will also be available. Still to come on 680 News, a look at your top stories in sports. 680 News Time, 10:14.
I never got the hot plate. Everybody else has a hot plate. I got the top.
Hi, I'm Nadia DiDonato, VP of the Liberty Entertainment Group. Although we may not be able to spend the holidays with those we love this year, send your love with a special gift basket. Premium products from decadent Italian treats to fine wines and spirits, all delivered to those on your gift list. Order today at chivomarket.com. That's CIVO market.com.
Treat yourself to the joy of driving during the Mazda Boxing Week event. Receive 0.5% purchase financing on select new 2021 models and make no monthly finance payments for 120 days on every new Mazda. Plus, enjoy a full $1,000 winter tire credit on select new models. And drive on with the confidence of our unlimited mileage warranty standard on every new Mazda. Offers available from December 21st to January 4th. Visit your local Mazda dealer or Mazda.ca for details.
This is All News Radio, 680 News.
It's 2 degrees with light rain in downtown Toronto. Good evening, I'm Michelle Halim. Here are the top stories this hour. 4 cases of the new variant of COVID-19 have been identified in Canada. The first 2 being a couple from Durham region with no travel history, another being an individual who just flew from the UK to Ottawa, and one case being confirmed in British Columbia. Toronto Fire are reporting almost 80 firefighters are on scene working to extinguish a 3-alarm fire at an abandoned building in the Junction. And coming up after sports, an active U.S. military member has been identified and charged with the bowling alley shooting in Rockford, Illinois last night. 680 News Time, 10:15.
No, I can't end the video.
Now, 680 Sports from Sportsnet 590 The Fan. Here's Shoa Lee.
Let's begin with the World Juniors, where Canada remains undefeated in prelim action. They beat Slovakia 3-1 earlier today. Jordan Spence and Phil Tomasino scored in the win. Jack Quinn scored an empty netter with a few seconds to go. Tomasino now has 3 goals and 2 assists in 2 games at the World Juniors. Team Canada gets back in action on Tuesday against Switzerland. In baseball, ESPN KBO insider Daniel Kim is reporting the Blue Jays are one of the teams that has offered a deal to Ha-Seong Kim. The report says the contract is believed to be in the 5-year or more range. Ha-Seong Kim's international posting from the Kiwoom Heroes in the KBO expires on New Year's Day. And over in the NFL, Sunday Night Football is underway from a very snowy Lambeau Field between the Packers and Titans. A 45-yard touchdown run from Ryan Tannehill narrowed the score at a halftime, but Aaron Rodgers just tossed a 3rd touchdown to Devontae Adams on the ensuing drive. It's now 26-14 Packers in the 3rd quarter. Sports at 50 and 45 past every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590.
680 News Time, 10:17.
Traffic reports every 10 minutes on the ones.
Traffic alerts at once. This
is 680 News.
This is Superfan Napatia. You see me driving a lot of SUVs, but I have fallen in love with the new Genesis GV80. The only seat that can compare to my courtside seat is behind the wheel of my new luxury SUV by Genesis. But there is very limited availability. Just ride the official car of the Superfan. Book your appointment at GenesisMississauga.ca. Don't miss the hottest SUV, the Genesis GV80.
You'll hear it here first.
breaking news when it happens
On 680 News. Oh, marvelously.
Marvelously.
Oh, marvelously. Go through a machine. Tangle your feet. It's news on repeat.
Boxing Week is here. Save 15% site-wide Friday to Sunday. Plus, our biggest deals on our biggest brands. Only at sleepcountry.ca. Sleep well, stay well. Sleep Country.
We'll get you home with the best local traffic reports on the ones on 680 News.
Police still don't have a motive for the deadly shooting rampage in Rockford, Illinois that happened a day after Christmas. Active duty Special Forces soldier 37-year-old Duke Webb is now in custody. ABC's Elwin Lopez reports.
It happened just before 7 p.m. Police say at least 20 people were inside right before the violence erupted. 3 people were killed and 3 others were injured, including a 14 and 16-year-old picking up food. The suspect, Duke Webb, quickly taken into custody, charged with 3 counts of murder and 3 counts of attempted murder.
Police believe this was a random attack, adding there is no known connection between the suspect and the victims. 680 News Time, 10:19. Recent excavations are offering new details about life in the ancient Roman city of Pompeii.
This is an incredible discovery, says Pompeii's head archaeologist Massimo Alsana, of an amazingly well-preserved cafeteria counter that sold hot food and drink to ancient Romans. The shop, along with the whole coastal town of Pompeii, was buried in ash and pumice when nearby Mount Vesuvius erupted in 79 AD, killing up to 15,000 people. Bright frescoes of a rooster and 2 ducks hanging upside down, along with traces of the nearly 2,000-year-old food, pork, fish, snails, and beef, were discovered. Megan Williams, ABC News, Rome.
Coming up, traffic and weather together on the ones. 680 News Time, 10:20.
Getting you where you need to go
faster.
The most traffic in Toronto. 680 News. January 4th on City TV. Allow us to introduce you to your brand new bachelor, Matt James. Cheers to falling in love.
Matt is a delicious man.
Matt will lay it all on the line for his shot at love. The reason I came out here was to find the whole. But it's going to be a fight to find Mrs. Right.
The queen has arrived.
Be wary of this girl.
What just happened was not okay.
The Bachelor, new season, January 4th on City TV.
Stream live and free
at citytv.com.
When it comes to the basics like food, clothing, or shelter, no one should be left out in the cold. The Salvation Army offers practical assistance for children and families, often tending to the basic necessities of life. They also provide shelter for those experiencing homelessness and supportive treatment programs for those suffering from addiction. The Salvation Army's doors are always open. Help the Salvation Army continue to make a difference in Toronto and throughout the GTA, because everyone needs an army. Donate online at salvationarmy.ca.
We're not trying out.
680 News Time, 10:21. Time for traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Colette Desjardins. Thanks, Michelle. And I'm checking the Toronto Transportation and MTO cameras, just scanning through, and believe me, it's a great drive right now, even despite the wet roads that we're getting and the light rain as well. North of the city, we could be experiencing periods of freezing rain, especially in Newmarket, Uxbridge, Caledon, even up to Barrie. But I haven't heard any complaints. But if you're going to be heading out, just watch out for that. Right now, if you're on the 427 both ways, between Zenway and Highway 7, it's closed because of long-term construction. Now, getting around on city streets, we've got that 3-alarm blaze at Dundas and Sterling, which is west of Lansdowne. So police have closed Dundas between Sorauren and College. So that's the way it is right now. No idea when that will reopen. Could be for the rest of the evening. Also, if you're on Queen, we've got construction as well, and that is between Jarvis. Right now it's between Jarvis and Church. So east and westbound Queen, both ways between Church and Jarvis, the right lane shut down for construction. Your next traffic report is coming up at 10:31. Right now, let's get the extended forecast. And here's Michelle Nelson.
A heads up for some slick driving conditions for northern sections of the GTA. For Newmarket, Uxbridge, Caledon through to Barrie. Watching out for a brief period of freezing rain tonight, before transitioning to wet snow and then rain towards midnight. But we will see those rain showers overnight as temperatures hover near 4 degrees. Those will linger into tomorrow morning. The same system is bringing snow to cottage country, where we have winter weather travel advisories in place there. +4 tomorrow morning, but then temperatures drop to -2 by the afternoon. Your low near -8. Some lake effect snow heavier through cottage country into the snowbelt region, but just some flurries expected for the GTA. Sunshine returns Tuesday with more seasonal temperatures. We'll hit your guaranteed high of 3 degrees near midnight.
Right now in downtown Toronto, it's 2 degrees with light rain, but feels like -3 with similar conditions near Toronto Pearson Airport. Remember, 680 News is the only radio station with a weather guarantee. Today's jackpot stands at $22,600. Coming up at 10:30, the latest on Canada having 4 cases of the new variant of COVID-19, with Ontario and BC governments both confirming cases of the virus initially found in the UK. 680 News Time, 10:23.
This is your breaking news station, 680 News. There's still time to go extra rounds at 2001 Audio Video's biggest and best Boxing Week sale. There's still inventory reduced to the absolute lowest price ever. From wireless and audio products to 4K smart TVs with 2-year warranty, many below cost. 2001 with the guaranteed lowest Boxing Week price. Shop online or phone for curbside pickup. 2001
You're listening to 680 News.
When you need to know, now.
680news.com.
With less than a week until we ring in the new year, people around the world are trying to find ways to celebrate without traditional large gatherings and parties. Parenting expert Erica Suter said staying home on the big night due to the pandemic isn't so bad.
Not all of the traditions are gone. Most of us watch the ball drop from television or webcast anyway. Tune in and celebrate, and you'll see live performances. It'll be really fun. Yes, there won't be millions of people in the crowd, but you still get that feeling that the year's coming to an end, and there's so much to look forward to in the new year.
Suter says a virtual get-together with friends via Zoom or Skype is still the safest way to welcome in 2021. Coming up, your 680 News Weekend Business Report. 680 News Time, 10:25. When 680 News listeners are on the road, they like to save time and stay safe. And that's why 407 ATR chooses 680 News to connect with drivers.
Hi, my name is Kevin Tack, and I'm the Vice President of Communications and Marketing at 407 ATR, the toll road that gets people where they need to be on time.
We'll advertise on 680 News specifically.
The programming of the station that occurs every hour of the day is what drives people to listen to the station. And also hear news about breaking traffic and weather. And we know that's an important place for drivers to go. We know that if we put our message there, it's going to be heard.
407 ATR has been on 680 News for many years. You obviously have a long-term marketing strategy.
And drivers join the GTA every year. And as new audiences come on board, they're going to 680 News for their information, and we want to be a part of that. It often reminds me of the way the highway functions: fast, safe, and reliable.
Get 680 News working for you. Visit 680ads.com. 680 News Time, 10:26. Now, the 680 News Weekend Business Report. On the mend of Warren, it seems people working from home are spending all hours at their laptop. Many people have been at home since March, and chances are that won't change anytime soon as Canada is gripped by the second wave of this pandemic. David Bolton is with staffing firm Robert Half and says there are a number of reasons we aren't sticking to our old schedule.
Everybody's doing something different. So what might work for one person, maybe they've got children that they're looking after in the day, so they work in the evening. It means that other people feel inclined to maybe respond to emails that they're getting in the evening, or somebody that typically may have just answered one email on their phone in the evening and thought nothing of it, now might sit down at their computer because it's so accessible to them at home and spend an hour or so replying to emails and doing work that comes through in the evening.
And working around the clock can take a big toll on our well-being, and many people report being more burnt out now compared to a year ago.
Absolutely, and I think the biggest challenge right now is that seeing the potential for burnout is more difficult as people are working remote. I think we're a little bit less clear on what people's priorities are outside of the home. So people putting more pressure and stress on themselves to do their job and work longer hours. They've also had a different balance from home life, which means that they've got additional pressures and stress there. So the chances of burnout are absolutely higher than they were a year ago.
And now, David, are there ways to limit overworking and prevent burnout?
The best way to control the hours that you do is to have open line communication between a manager and a subordinate. And this goes both ways. A manager needs to feel comfortable speaking to their team, working out what they're working on at the moment, sort of hours that they're doing, but why, and then supporting them around that. And then as an employee, you've got to feel comfortable talking to your manager, letting them know that you're taking on more work, letting them know that maybe you are on the verge of burnout and asking for help.
And that is David Bolton with Robert Half in the Business Center. I'm Amanda Warwick.
Put us on and find out what to wear. The best weather reports in the city every 10 minutes on 680 News.
If you're having a break this year and cook all your holiday favorites on a Traeger wood pellet grill instead. Fueled by all-natural hardwood pellets, Traeger grills add incredible wood-fired flavor to everything you cook. Traeger's also boasts 6-in-1 versatility that lets you cook everything from roast turkey and grilled veggies to baked cookies and smoked eggnog. Plus flat-fire technology lets you control your grill right from your phone. To learn more and find a dealer near you, visit TraegerGrills.ca/Canada dealers.
The holiday season always makes us feel better. So let's keep that healthy attitude going. And it starts now at Healthy Planet. All month enjoy Boxing Day savings on healthy foods, supplements, sports, and beauty products. Now, Beyond Sausage plant-based food. Buy 400 grams and get the second free. Plus, Mega entire line is 25% off. Visit one of Healthy Planet's 29 Canadian family-owned locations near you or healthyplanetcanada.com.
680 News is CFTR AM Toronto. Listen 3, 4, 5 times a day and always be in the know. And find out how to hear us on your smart speaker, phone, or HD radio at 680news.com/listen. 680 News time, 10:30.
News in Toronto. This is 680 News.
Good evening. This is Sunday, December 27th. I'm Enrica Amatoro. And I'm Michelle Hoyam. Here's what's making news this hour. The Ontario and BC governments have each confirmed a new case of the COVID-19 variant first seen in the United Kingdom. This strain is 70% more transmissible. Almost 80 firefighters are working to put out a 3-alarm fire at an abandoned tool equipment warehouse. Crews say there is highly flammable material in the building and urge residents to avoid the area west of Lansdowne. U.S. President Donald Trump signs a $900 billion relief package for individuals and businesses in the states. A staffing shortage at the province's COVID-19 vaccine clinics results in fewer doses given out this weekend.
Packers and Titans are underway on Sunday Night Football, and Team Canada nets another win at the World Juniors in Edmonton. Sports at 45.
And coming up in business, tech became very important in 2020 as we all spend more time at home. And a tech expert says this is expected to continue into 2021. 680 News time, 10:31. Time for traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Colette Desjardins.
And this report brought to you by 407 ETR. We're supposed to get periods of freezing rain up in the Newmarket area, and I'm just getting word right now. Northbound on the 404 at Green Lane, which is in Newmarket, we've got the left lane blocked out because of a crash, and police should be on scene by now. So that's northbound 404 at Green Lane. The left lane is blocked with a collision. The rest of the highways right now, all in pretty good shape, lightly traveled. So really nothing to talk about other than take your time because the roads are definitely wet. Give yourself lots of extra time to where you're going. In the meantime, on city streets, Dundas and Sterling, we have got a 3-alarm fire, so that's just west of Lansdowne. Police have closed Dundas between Sterling and College for that reason. 407 ETR has added 33 new lane kilometers in 2020 at no cost to taxpayers. To keep you moving, Your next traffic report is at 10:41 right now. Let's get it back.
The equipment is still in the testing stage. And a self-service cashier will also be rolled out after it is connected to recognition technology.
Oh, here we go.
Wow.
Start dumping on the water.
When do we have it? When do we have the robot chef come into our canteen? I'd like to try their food. Haven't I been
you're on top of the cage. You want in?
A robot chef in my
How
own
the fuck
kitchen.
did you get up there?
I think I can be liberated by the
What is the purpose
from
of
cooking
just dumping
duties
on us
every day, right?
We'll just switch to this one. And they were talking shit anyway. What's up, buddy? You want some peanut butter? I gave you peanuts. Are you thirsty? What's wrong with you? You let me pick you up or what? Come here. You want to open the cage up? I will. What's up, sneaky motherfuckers? Do shit on times that are fucked up. Why are you hanging right there? I'm going to open up that cage door.
So that's something quite interesting to me too. I think whenever we talk about AI robots, immediately there is an image of a round-faced or square-faced like a human-shaped robot popping up. But it's actually not like that. It's more like in a car manufacturing plant where you can see giant arms, automated arms are doing all this sort of job, but that's operated by AI, and we also call them robot. Yes, so it's like a huge arm operating all those very delicate jobs, like preparing the food and allocate same portion of food on each of the container box, and pack, like wrapping it and package it, and then send the food into the conveyor belt. Yeah, which will roll out, and the kids can just pick up their favorite dishes out of this conveyor belt. It's quite interesting. What amazed me was there was one staff member who put both his hands into his pockets and just watch this robot arm operating everything. Yeah, I was like, wow, that looks like a great job. And that's
you're the only one with a job.
You've got to introduce this kind of technology into every household. I mean, ladies could do more things than staying in the kitchen and got all the oil and smoke onto her hair and but because the way that Chinese people cook, it really is a kind of delicate work. It's time consuming.
That's right. We spend at least 1 hour, sometimes 2 hours within the kitchen.
Yeah, right. Not to mention to prepare everything, like chop those garlic into pieces or green onions and everything. It's time consuming, and if this kind of technology can be frequently used in households, wow, ladies could just feel free, and they just need to use their mobile phone and set up the code and send a message to the robot at home, and quickly it starts to cook. When you arrive, you don't have to cook by yourself. You just eat directly. And so
hot meals for everyone.
Indeed.
And I think, before I speak about this topic to you, I was thinking maybe that was just a kind of imagination in my own mind. And now I know that it's the kind of imagination, a kind of dream in every mind of the wives and mothers, right? Because we love to cook for the family, that's for sure. We would love to make a very delicious food for our family. But it is really time consuming, especially after a long day's work.
Yeah.
You come back home and you need to start from scratch. You do the chopping, you need to do the cutting, and also the shredding, and then do all sorts of washing up and this and that. It is quite tiring, to be frank.
Yeah.
If there's some kind of help, that's just wonderful. We just enter some sort of recipe. Ta-da! In 10 minutes, it's done. And when the kids are home, nice, very fragrant smelling food will be there. So it's a great idea, but I don't think we can fix
getting hired by the FBI because they know how to use the typewriter.
Robotic arms in our kitchen. So that's why I'm thinking we still need a very small, walkable robot, human-shaped robot helping us prepare the food in our kitchen, our small
This is what your wife is
and also one of the drives
work
why this school introduced this kind of our AI robot is they want to provide this kind of service for the teachers and students, zero contact. That's right. They wanted the whole environment of the kitchen
when were people allowed to just touch each other all the time?
And that's why they just need to set a code or program it to the system in the canteen, and the chef would just press the button, start everything,
why would you have
and later on, you know, food on the conveyor belt, and people, I mean, the pupils and teachers can choose whatever they want, and this is very high efficiency. I think this is only a school. I mean, it's a middle school or a high school in Shanghai. I feel like if this school can make it, then, you know, the universities, they have higher funding than high schools or middle schools, right? So this is the future trend, obviously, in China. But one thing I think why the students find it really delicious is because the AI robot program, they know what to put in there, the ingredient, and they probably measure everything precisely, like how much grams of the salt I need to put in there, vinegar, soy sauce.
They need a recipe.
They have the recipe, and then they know what to put in there and when, exact time, right? So it's very precise kind of procedure that human beings can sometimes make mistakes. But again, I would agree that no robot can replace the flavor of mom's dishes. If this is, you know, perfectly made by your mom, then definitely that's your childhood memory, and that's really irreplaceable. Even if you set up this program and ask the robot, it can also provide you delicious food, but maybe the flavor is different. So this is something, you know, it's irreplaceable in the end.
Right.
I would agree with that, but I would assume my future. All right. So when I set my kids to, let's say, maybe college in the future, I feel free at home. I just use my robot to cook for me. And when they arrive at home during the weekend, they want, Mom, I want to have this, you know, you roast the chicken wings in the perfect way. Would you please cook for me? I would love to cook for you guys, but only for this meal. I mean, I don't want to be, you know, working in the kitchen all day long like before. I don't have to. I have the robot. You know, so this kind of thing will continue, but we probably don't have to worry that the robot will one day replace the mom's perfect dishes.
Well, I don't worry about that at all. I think each time I prepare a meal for my family, it tastes slightly different because I will add something different. I don't think a robot chef can do that. But anyways, I think it's a good start. And we have talked about how some of the robots, AI robots, robot chefs can make burgers and some fixed recipes. Right. I think this is a good trial period. Perhaps later on the kids will be inspired because they have been observing how this robot arm working on their food. And they have been observing through this transparent glass window, seeing, you know, how their school canteen has been transformed into a kind of manufacturing production line sort of thing. This is going to be really educational and inspiring for little kids. They will remember the thing that they watch, and they will be able to think about the future. Maybe one day they can be really innovative and invent something that greatly, you know, improve our living standards or just make our life easier. Right. So
show the whole world the Hong Kong
just a great and uplifting story, and that comes from this AI robot chef. Now let's take a short break, and here's Chinese. It's actually a song from Chen Lin, and that is the Santa Claus is in town.
Oh, yeah. See, you're playing that song again for no good reason other than to make us get irritated and leave the conversation.
Visible Minority Resettlement and Training Network ló ṣe léyìí. Ẹ máa bọ̀ oúnjẹ ọ̀fẹ́.
लिसान इल्ल लिसान कि जो लोग आप परेशान करते हैं और आपको खुद महसूस होता है कि ये काम इनका
ẹyẹ ẹ̀pọ̀n mà ní ẹyẹ yìí má bà sí etí
तो उसको किसी तरह भी अदा करने की कोशिश की